Chapter 578. Just as Andre successfully brought the unknown woman out of the frenzied wilderness, the renowned swindler Jace finally met with an enormous crisis a few streets away. Ever since he'd walked out of the upper city district with a stomach full of questions, he'd carefully avoided the patrolling thugs sent out by the underground guilds. He'd planned to return to his residence to pack his belongings, then find a secluded place to lie low for a while. But he'd never imagined that he'd be stopped in a remote alley by a masked man wielding a sharp blade before he could even put this idea into action. "Who are you? What do you want?" Jace asked loudly with a stern expression. As someone who'd lived in Valen City for more than 10 years, he was very clear that the other party wasn't a hooligan who robbed people on the streets, nor was he a gang member who specialized in kidnapping and extortion. He was a true expert who killed without batting an eyelid, especially those two blue-gray eyes. There wasn't a trace of emotion in them from beginning to end, causing one's heart to tremble with fear. "Jace Parrott, please come with me. We have some questions for you to answer. Remember, don't try to resist or escape, because I'm someone who hates trouble. If you make me feel troubled, then it's very likely that something painful will happen next. I'm sure you don't want to taste pain either, right?" The masked man threatened in a monotonous voice. Even though he hadn't made any offensive moves, Jace's forehead was covered in sweat within a short few seconds. He more or less knew the other party's background, but in order to stall for time, he pretended to be ignorant and continued to ask, "Go? Where to? And who are you?" The masked man clearly hated people who kept asking questions and immediately frowned. "You ask too many questions. If I think it's necessary to let you know, I'll naturally tell you. But if you dare open your mouth to ask another word, I don't mind cutting off half of your tongue." Perhaps the threat was effective, or perhaps Jace didn't want to anger the other party, but he immediately shut his mouth after saying this and didn't make another sound. After all, everyone only had one tongue. If half of it was cut off, it would be difficult for him to even speak. As a swindler, how could he deceive others if he couldn't even speak properly? For the sake of his career, Jace decided to be more honest. At the very least, he couldn't anger the other party, or he'd be the unlucky one. "Very good. Very good. Looks like you're a smart person and a sensible person. Don't worry. As long as you answer our questions obediently, we won't make things too difficult for you, let alone kill you." The masked man seemed very satisfied with Jace's performance. He immediately took out a black cloth from his pocket and covered Jace's eyes tightly. Then he aimed at the back of Jace's head and smashed it hard. Bang! Following a dull thud, poor Jace fell to the ground without knowing what had happened, a large bump on the back of his head. He'd originally planned to use his familiarity with the streets and alleys of Valen City to memorize the location of the other party's base, but unfortunately, the other party didn't intend to give him this opportunity. Staring at the stunned face on the ground, the masked man sneered and muttered to himself, "Humph! Idiot, do you really think you can survive after being targeted by us? The Black Blade's principle of doing things has always been absolute secrecy. Either you become one of us, or you become a lifeless corpse." After saying this, he picked up Jace and ran towards the sparsely populated outskirts. Due to being built on an island, Valen City didn't have tall city walls. In less than half an hour, they'd left the city and arrived at the entrance of a cave covered in dense vines. The masked man didn't enter immediately, but instead rolled up his sleeves to reveal the longsword tattoo on his arm, as if waiting for the person inside to walk out. Soon, a minute had passed, the cave was completely silent. There wasn't even the sound of insects, let alone a person. However, the masked man didn't seem to mind at all. He stood in place without moving, seemingly very patient as he allowed the salty sea breeze to blow against his face. After a full 10 minutes, a man's low and raspy voice sounded from within the cave. What took you so long to come back? How's the situation? Have you found the missing manuscript? The masked man immediately knelt on one knee without another word and replied respectfully, "I'm very sorry, sir. I'm afraid there's been an accident. This fellow came out on his own, and the people with him seem to have sensed something. Moreover, we've lost contact with Wooden Puppet. Do you think we should take some countermeasures?" "Oh, Wooden Puppet has lost contact. If I remember correctly, this is the first time she's lost contact after so many years of carrying out missions, right?" The man with the raspy voice was clearly very surprised. "That's right, sir. This is indeed the first time she's lost contact. That's why I've hurried back to ask for your instructions. Wooden Puppet knows too much. Once her mouth is pried open, then the entire plan may be exposed. Once she hides herself, it won't be so easy for us to find the lost manuscript. I personally feel that we should mobilize all of our forces to take back the manuscript and completely wipe out anyone related to this matter." Feeling the naked killing intent of the masked man, the man who had been hiding in the cave from beginning to end fell silent. After a long while, he spoke again. "No, let's not act rashly. The mission of the Black Blade is to collect the lost manuscripts of the master swordsman Johnny Richard Turner from all over the world and organize them. We'll recreate the glory of the warriors of that era and end the dominance of the spellcasters over the top powers. In order to achieve this goal, we can be cruel, cold, and merciless, but we can't throw away our dignity and pride. We're like a group of gangsters who use violence to solve problems at the slightest provocation. How about this? We'll interrogate the captive first and find out the details of the other party. Then we'll decide what to do next. In addition, Wooden Puppet is a chess piece that I've personally nurtured for 15 years. We can't abandon her so easily. Immediately bring people to the frenzied wilderness and get her out at all costs." "Understood. I'll immediately contact the brothers hiding in Valen City. I'll leave the captive to you." With that, the masked man thumped his chest heavily with his fist, then turned around and disappeared into the dense bushes. Not even half a minute after he left, an old man who looked to be about 50 years old walked out of the cave. His hair and beard were slightly white, and he had 2 ridiculously muscular arms. His eyes were as cold as knives, and he used only one hand to pick up Jess and return to the pitch-black cave. Chapter 579. A few minutes later, a series of hair-raising screams came from the cave. Although Borsha, who had been hiding in the treetops, didn't know what was going on, she couldn't help but feel sad for the man. After all, for a man to make such a sound, he must be in a rather miserable situation. But she didn't forget Andre's warning and didn't intend to take the risk to enter the cave. That was because the aura emitted by the old man was too terrifying. She was sure that if she approached within 30 meters of him, she would be discovered in an instant. Even stealth would be useless. Warriors, especially high-level warriors, they were often especially sensitive to changes in their surroundings, such as sounds, smells, and temperature, coupled with the sixth sense that had been trained from countless brushes with death. An ordinary thief might expose their position if they got a little closer, let alone launching a sneak attack from the back. Without a doubt, the old man was an extremely fearsome warrior. This could be seen from the thickness of his arms. Only those who wielded heavy weapons for a long period of time would have their muscles become abnormally developed. There was a unique name for it among the warrior specialties: ape arms. This was a powerful strength that required talent and rigorous training over a long period of time. It allowed a warrior's arms to wield heavier weapons. To give a simple example, if a warrior wanted to wield a two-handed greatsword, he would have to use both hands to hold the hilt of the sword. However, if he had the ape arm specialty, he would only need to use one hand. The other hand could be used to wield other weapons or shields. The destructive power of a two-handed weapon and a one-handed weapon couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. The former was a huge threat to the enemy just by relying on its weight, while the latter could be easily blocked or parried. Therefore, this was a very powerful specialization that could greatly increase one's combat power. Warriors who had it generally wouldn't have a low profession level. As a thief who walked the nimble path, Portia was very clear that she had no chance of winning against such an enemy. After silently praying for Jess, she bent her waist and slowly retreated. Only after confirming that she was completely out of the opponent's range of perception did she turn and run back into the city. At the same time, Andre finally returned to his temporary lodging safe and sound. As a large-scale battle had occurred not long ago, all the spies in the alley had disappeared. Perhaps they had all died, or perhaps they had returned to report. In short, their disappearance saved him a lot of trouble. Lord of the Raging Flames, you're finally back. My brother and I were worried to death. Just now, there were sounds of fighting everywhere outside. I thought something had happened to you. Where is Portia? Why didn't she come back with you? And who is this woman? As soon as they crossed the threshold of the old warehouse, Fiona immediately greeted them with questions. From the frightened expression on her face, it could be seen that she was very nervous. One of her hands was clenching the hammer, and the other was holding the flintlock. Of course, Mabel wasn't any better. Not only was she holding a weapon in her hand, but she was also wearing a suit of armor. Her eyes were filled with vigilance, as if she would immediately attack anyone who broke through the door. Looking at the brother and sister's expressions, as if they were facing a formidable enemy, Andre's tensed nerves immediately relaxed. He shook his head with a smile and explained, "Relax, there's no enemy behind me. Besides, you've asked too many questions, so I have to answer them one by one. First of all, you don't have to pay attention to the fighting outside. I deliberately provoked it. I believe that from now on, there won't be any annoying flies around. Second, Portia is carrying out a mission outside, so she shouldn't be in any danger. I believe that she will be back soon, so you don't have to worry about her. Finally, this woman is a member of a mysterious organization. I need to get some information from her, so I brought her back. Now, help her to the bed in the basement and tie her up. Inform me when she wakes up." "Oh my God, you've only been out for a few hours, and you've actually done so many sensational things." Mabel's mouth was wide open, her face full of disbelief. Although she vaguely knew that the two certainly didn't go out for a simple stroll, this was a bit too shocking. "Sensational." Andre looked at the young man with a faint smile, and then deliberately replied in a relaxed and cheerful tone, "No, my dear friend, I haven't said the most sensational thing yet. You know, Portia and I launched a bloody massacre on the smugglers and swindlers of the Hiccup Dragon Tavern. Almost no one was left alive. The entire underground guild was alarmed, and now they're probably searching for our traces on the streets." After listening to this description, Fiona finally couldn't help but cover her face and let out a wail. "Oh, no, no, you're crazy. The great Desser. What kind of voter have you chosen?" Since the tragedy on Turtle Island, she always felt that the nerve center of her brain was strong enough and nothing could make her lose her composure. But unfortunately, the girl was still too naive. She had only settled down for 2 days, and she was immediately involved in dangerous and troublesome events again. She was showing signs of collapse. Glancing at her sister's desperate eyes, Mabel smiled bitterly and raised her head to ask Andre, "Is there anything else? If there is, just say it in one breath. Anyway, I'm numb now. To be honest, you're the most terrible and troublesome person I've ever seen. But fortunately, no matter how bad the situation is, you always have a way to deal with it. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your praise. That's all the sensational things for now. In addition, as a warrior, I think you'd better open your mind. no matter what difficulties or dangers you encounter. You can't be timid because the essence of a warrior is courage. Only by ensuring this can you become stronger and stronger. After saying that, Andre patted Fiona's shoulder hard to encourage her. Courage? Well, I'll try my best to be brave. Mabel nodded, and then supported the woman, who showed no signs of waking up to walk to the basement. After watching the young man walk down the stairs, Andre casually found a chair and sat down, silently waiting for the halfling's return. Although it was close to midnight, he was not sleepy at all. What happened tonight was too fast and too sudden. There were many details that needed to be sorted out again to see if there were any overlooked parts. Chapter 580. It's already so late. What are you doing instead of sleeping? Noticing that Andre was sitting alone at the table, writing and drawing nonstop, the originally dejected Fiona immediately felt a strong sense of curiosity and took the initiative to ask. For someone like her who couldn't read, writing was a very sacred thing, especially when the letters were arranged in a special way to form words and sentences with various meanings. It was as interesting as magic. Of course, the above was merely the yearning and longing of a country girl for knowledge. In reality, of all the languages in Oriar, the surface language was the easiest to learn. Moreover, it didn't have much of a historical background and had been spread along with the rise and expansion of the human race. The basic form of expression was simple and easy to understand spoken language. Nothing much, just a simple list of relationships to give me a more intuitive impression of recent events. Andre answered as he used a line to connect the names on the parchment. He then wrote down the relationship between the two next to the lines. This way, there would be a connection between the names. At a glance, it looked like a dense spider web. As a soul from an era of information explosion, he knew better than most people in this world how to use more scientific and efficient methods to analyze problems. A network of relationships was precisely what he needed most at the moment. One had to know that Oriar was a society of relationships through and through. There were complicated relationships between nobles that couldn't be cut off, and there were also many grudges between organizations. Even the high and mighty gods were divided into factions according to their own ideals. They fought, resisted, and cooperated with each other. Although Valen City had always been known for its disorder and chaos, the relationships between all the organizations with interests were very clear. For example, the smugglers, the underground guilds, and the Pirate Alliance were a classic example of mutual benefit and interdependence. The Rat Men were the complete opposite. They essentially threatened the ruling position of the underground guilds, so they were constantly being suppressed. What Andre wanted to do was to think of a series of schemes and instigation to quickly intensify the conflicts hidden under the peaceful surface. This way, the underground guilds wouldn't have the energy to worry about anything else. This way, he would be able to concentrate the power of the shadow web to topple the Pirate Alliance, and then turn around to eradicate the malignant tumor in Valen City. However, this plan now had to include a mysterious organization hidden in the shadows. Although the other party's goal was only to steal the personal letter of the master swordsman, Johannes Richard Turner, and didn't show any signs of aggression, an organization that could carry out a plan for more than 10 years was a huge threat, and variable no matter how one looked at it. Andre hated situations that were out of his control, so he wanted to test the reaction of this mysterious organization before launching his plan. As he considered the problem more and more, he gradually forgot about the passage of time. His eyes were fixed on the relationship diagram he had just drawn, and he was thinking about what to do next. Suddenly, light footsteps came from the roof, and not long after, a petite figure slid down the pillar. The whole process was as practiced as if she had just returned home. Fiona, who hadn't closed her eyes since the beginning, rushed over and hugged the other party in her arms. She greeted her with a smile. "Oh my God, Bosha, you're finally back. I was almost worried to death. How was it? Did things go smoothly? Did you get hurt? The halfling thief took off his hood and shrugged helplessly. I couldn't help it. I met a very powerful guy. In order to not be discovered by him, I had to be extremely careful. That's why I wasted a lot of time. A powerful guy? When Andre heard this, he immediately raised his head, an expression of surprise appearing on his face. He knew better than anyone else the other party's fighting ability. A person who could make even the big-breasted lowly feel apprehensive was definitely above level 10 or even higher. That's right. Male, about 50 years old, with frighteningly thick arms. If I'm not mistaken, he should be a level 15 warrior with the ape arm specialty. In addition, we've already found out where the other party is hiding. It's in a cave not far from the outskirts. With our current strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to pose a threat to them. Oh, right. I vaguely heard them call their organization the Black Blade. In the process of her statement, Bosha had changed from her usual cheerful appearance to a serious one that made people feel uncomfortable. Black Blade, level 15 warrior. It seems that the other party's strength is much more robust than I thought. But don't worry, we don't need to directly meet them head-on. Oftentimes, using intelligence is the best way to solve problems. Saying this, the corners of Andre's mouth rose slightly, revealing a playful smile. Without a doubt, he decided to use the high-ranking leaders of the Shadow Web as cannon fodder to break through enemy lines. On one hand, he'd have an idea of the resources in the hands of these feet, and on the other, he'd be able to probe the strength of the mysterious organization in Valen City, killing two birds with one stone while also being able to hide behind the scenes and reap the benefits. Why not? Bosha stared suspiciously at Andre and only opened her mouth after half a minute. Ha! What crazy plan have you come up with this time? Why are you smiling so sinisterly? I have to remind you that Jess is still in the hands of the other party. This guy knows quite a bit about our plan. If you don't save him quickly, the consequences are likely to be very serious. Hee, don't worry. Everything is within my expectations. At least, it's not out of control yet. All right, let's all go to sleep. I need to rest as well. I still have an important meeting to attend after daybreak. Andre didn't reveal too many details, and only smiled mysteriously at the big-breasted lowly before walking towards the basement. Staring at his back, Bosha clenched her teeth and cursed, "Damn it! I hate this feeling of being kept in the dark. He's definitely hiding some secret. Just wait and see. One day I'll be able to expose all his tricks." Looking at the halfling's angry appearance, Fiona pursed her lips and comforted her with a smile. "Don't worry, it's not the first day you've met him. Anyway, it's fine as long as the final result is beneficial to us. Let's go and rest. After all, lack of sleep is a woman's greatest enemy." "All right, what you said makes sense, but I have to take a shower before going to bed. Otherwise, the smell of sweat on my body will be a little uncomfortable." While speaking, Bosha began to take off the armor and leather armor on her body. After a few seconds, she was only left with a pair of thin, tight-fitting shorts. Since the two men had already entered the basement, she didn't have any scruples, especially the two huge white balls of weapons, which simply made one's blood boil. Wow, what an enviable upper body. Come, let me pinch it to see if it's fake. Fiona laughed and pounced on her. Soon, the two women rolled together and played around. Chapter 581. Night in Valen City was always accompanied by crime and slaughter, but tonight was even more chaotic than usual. The negative effects of the massacre of a large number of smugglers far exceeded everyone's expectations, especially the tense standoff between the underground guilds and the rat men. It cast a shadow over the already terrible situation, and anyone with a slightly sensitive sense of smell could smell the scent of war in the air. Everyone knew that merchants always prioritized profit and had no such thing as loyalty or principles. As long as the price was right, they could turn anything in the world into a commodity, including themselves. In just a few short hours, the smugglers who had some influence in the city all gathered to discuss countermeasures. Some thought that they should put pressure on the underground guilds and force them to find the culprits as soon as possible, then carry out a public execution to show everyone the consequences of slaughtering merchants. Some thought that they should leave Valen City and lie low until the situation calmed down before continuing to do business. Others thought that they should put out a huge bounty and have everyone in the city come together to catch the culprits. Of course, the result was just as Andre had expected. The selfish smugglers couldn't come to an agreement, and in the end, they could only do their own thing. Some put up bounties, some pressured the leaders of the underground guilds, and some chose to escape on their ships. The number of merchant ships docked in the bay decreased by almost 1/5 overnight, and there were also some who decided to return immediately after dealing with the goods on hand. After all, although earning money was important, it was far less important than their own lives. After the sun rose the next day, the bustling market instantly became much quieter. Many shops didn't open for business as usual. Even though the prices hadn't clearly risen, the residents could already feel the unusual atmosphere. Walking alone on the streets, Andre could see a bleak scene and uneasy expressions. Even the pedestrians couldn't help but walk faster, as if they were avoiding an impending storm. Ever since he'd woken up, he'd eaten a simple breakfast and hurriedly left his hiding place. He planned to attend the gathering of all the feet of the shadow web in the Sardinia Islands, but who would have thought that he'd find an unexpected surprise before he even reached his destination? In reality, in his plan, the matter of killing the smugglers would take at least 3 days to ferment before there would be an obvious reaction. However, this clearly underestimated the merchant's fear of death. It hadn't even been 24 hours, and the situation had already started to spiral out of control. It wouldn't be long before the fragile economic structure of Valen City suffered a fatal and frightening impact. Someone once said that if you want to destroy a country, you don't have to take the huge risk of starting a war. You can destroy its economy and currency first, and then the chain reaction triggered by the economic collapse will cause the country to fall into eternal damnation. Perhaps for Oroire, who used precious metals as their currency, it would be difficult to devalue gold, silver, and copper coins quickly, but it was not a problem to drive up the price of a large number of daily necessities beyond the limits of what ordinary people could afford. Andre narrowed his eyes as he stared at the signs of disaster that he had personally created. He muttered to himself, "I'm really a natural destroyer. I actually used one night to turn the once vibrant city of Sin into a dilapidated state, but this is also good. I can destroy all the old and rotten things. Otherwise, how can I build a brand new city on top of the ruins? Since the first phase of the plan has been completed, then it's time for the second phase to begin. No matter what, I have to complete the layout before the pirate fleet departs. Otherwise, I won't have time to take care of those with ulterior motives in the shadow net, destruction and rebirth." This was what Andre wanted to do in the Sardinia Islands, and at the same time, it was a bold attempt. From a certain perspective, Valen City was a huge experimental field. He could slaughter without restraint here and use all the methods he knew to destroy and subvert the current order. He could put all the schemes that were still in theory into practice and see if the wisdom derived from Earth could be applied to the world of magic. Judging from the current results, he seemed to have made good progress. In particular, the more subtle methods of attacking the economy didn't attract the attention of the underground guilds at all. Perhaps they were still busy making plans against the Ratmen and didn't realize that a terrifying disaster was about to arrive. Around 10 in the morning, Andre finally made his way through half the city and arrived at the entrance of a two-story stone building in the upper city. A wooden sign hung on the black iron door, written in the common language of the surface. Kariamir Mercenary Group, your trustworthy companions. Without a doubt, this was the gathering place. It belonged to Uhtred Alicorn, the most senior and strongest member of the entire region. He was also a powerful wizard. Even though Andre hadn't seen him yet, he could confirm from the attitude of the other members of the ShadowNet that this was a sinister and vicious person who would do anything to achieve his goals. More importantly, he had a well-trained elite mercenary group in his hands, numbering over 100 people. Don't underestimate this number. In the Canteru Kingdom in the north, a baron's private army was only around 100 to 300 people, with the poorer ones as low as 50. Moreover, elite mercenaries usually meant that even if they weren't rank 1 warriors, they weren't far from it. They were far stronger than ordinary soldiers. 100 elite mercenaries were enough to defeat a regular army that was 3 to 5 times their number. If it was a motley crew, then it could be multiplied by 2. Just as Trisamori had said, Uhtred Alicorn's power was almost equivalent to the sum of the other 7 members. Taking into account his own level as a wizard, even if he directly attacked the fortress where the Pirate King lived, it wasn't impossible for him to succeed. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous, as he was about to meet such a guy. Andre was very clear that all mages above rank 5 were not easy to deal with. Just their outstanding intelligence alone made them quite difficult to deal with, not to mention that the other party was a spy who had been lurking in an environment of mutual deception for a long time. Therefore, he took a deep breath and expelled all the distracting thoughts from his mind, forcing himself to concentrate unprecedentedly. He then took out the special gold coin and quickly walked through the door. Chapter 582. The mercenaries guarding the door clearly knew what kind of people were attending today's meeting, so after seeing the faint spider pattern on the gold coin, they immediately bowed respectfully. It is an honor to meet you, sir. Please follow me. The meeting location is in the secret room at the lowest level. I guarantee that no one will disturb you. In addition, the others have already arrived half an hour ago. You're the only one left. Oh, they are really early. What are they waiting for? Hurry up and lead the way. I am pressed for time. There are still many important decisions to be made in today's meeting. Andre didn't want to waste words with them, so he urged them to hurry up and purposely let his tone be filled with impatience. This was because he knew that the atmosphere below must be rather tense. Regardless of whether it was Seawolf Kent or Lisa Mori who had just received a promise, they had already tasted the wonderful taste of power and would no longer continue to obey Uhtred Alicorn's leadership. When the 3 sides gathered together, it would be strange if there weren't any sparks between them. Of course, all of this was personally pushed by Andre. Only then could he use his power to make everyone listen to him and serve the enormous and complicated plan that was to come. The mercenary didn't dare to ask anything else and immediately closed his mouth and made a gesture of invitation before turning around to lead the way. Because the entire building was designed and built according to the structure of a castle, the passageway was narrow and dark, making it seem very oppressive. Even if Andre didn't have a phobia of closed rooms, he couldn't help but feel his chest tighten. Fortunately, the passageway wasn't long. After a few minutes, he saw a metal fence in front of him. 20 mercenaries armed with crossbows stood side by side on the other side. If anyone dared to force their way in, they would immediately become a porcupine. The person in charge of leading the way raised his hands and slowly walked forward. He lowered his voice and said, "Immediately open the door. The last person has arrived." The leading mercenary stared with his 2 sharp eyes and swept over Andre, who was wrapped in a cloak from head to toe. He then lightly waved his hand at the dark corner behind him. Soon, a creaking sound could be heard, and the heavy metal gate slowly rose up, revealing a staircase that led deeper inside. "Sir, please, you can reach your destination by following the stairs to the end. The second half of the road is not something a nobody like me can approach." The guy who led the way bowed and explained with a smile. Looking at this series of strict confidentiality procedures, Andre couldn't help but inwardly sigh. Uhtred Alicorn really wasn't a simple fellow. He was actually able to train mercenaries who only cared about profit to be so obedient. Just this alone was enough to prove that his ability was extremely outstanding. No wonder before his appearance, the other 7 legs could only yield under his tyrannical might. But now, the power of the shadow web in this area had already been split into 3 parts. The ambitious Kent and Trisamori both desired to take advantage of the appearance of the web weaver to quickly strengthen themselves and replace Uhtred's position. Of course, Andre also played a role in adding fuel to the fire, so he really wanted to know what kind of attitude the other party would have when they met later. Pretending not to know anything? Or was he pretending to be wronged and complaining loudly? Or was he trying to take him down a notch? Just like that, while considering the many possibilities, Andre quickly passed through the tightly guarded iron gate and walked down the pitch-black stairs. After walking for about a minute, he immediately heard the sounds of an intense argument in front of him. "David, you idiot! Don't tell me you forgot our rules? How dare you bring a woman to the gathering?" A man with a deep and hoarse voice roared. He was obviously quite angry, using his hand to continuously knock on the table, producing a bang-bang sound. "Aha! Don't be angry. Respected Master Uhtred, Carmen isn't an ordinary woman. Not only does she have an outstanding mind, her combat ability isn't bad either. The reason why I brought her here is because I want to recommend her to the web weaver to become one of us. Don't you think this is a good thing?" The man called David didn't mind. Instead, he refuted with a strong sense of justice. But from his tone, one could hear that this guy was obviously a little guilty. "Humph. It's easy for you to say, but according to the organization's rules, at most 8 legs can exist in each area at the same time. Now that you're recommending her, who among us are you planning to get rid of?" This time it was a woman who spoke. Andre instantly recognized her voice. It was Teresa, who he had met a few days ago. "Ha ha! Is there a need to ask?" "Of course, whoever is the most useless will be eliminated. In my opinion, Carmen is much better than a stray cat who roams the streets all day long. I believe the web weaver will make a wise judgment." Perhaps David was a little afraid of Uhtred, but he wasn't so polite to Teresa. He didn't even hesitate to point out his target. As a workat, Mia's temper had always been as capricious and irritable as a cat's. She did not even say a single word of nonsense, and directly chose to turn hostile and fight. The sound of fighting could be heard clearly even through the door. It must be known that anyone who could become a high-level member of the Shadow Web usually had a profession level that wasn't too low. This also meant that once they started fighting, the danger and destructive power would be very terrifying. Although Andre was very happy to see the legs fighting each other openly and covertly, this kind of private fight was absolutely unacceptable. He had to immediately give them severe punishment. Otherwise, if everyone followed suit, it would simply be a disaster. When he thought up to this point, he directly kicked open the door and directly charged into the secret room. He stared at the 2 fellows that were fighting back and forth happily, and he let out a wave of cold laughter that caused one to shudder. "Ha ha ha ha, this is really interesting. I'm only half an hour late, and you guys have already put on a good show. If I didn't come today, would you guys dye this room red with blood?" Silence. Everyone present didn't expect Andre to suddenly barge in. They immediately closed their mouths, lowered their heads, and didn't say a word, especially David and Mia, who immediately threw away the weapons in their hands and obediently crawled on the ground, their whole bodies trembling. They were very clear about the severity of the punishment for internal strife within the organization. Usually, they wouldn't be bothered if they didn't see it, but now that they were caught red-handed, their hearts were filled with fear, afraid that they would be treated as an example and killed. Chapter 583. Humph. It's not easy, and you still know fear? Tell me, how should I deal with these two daring fellows? Demote them? Exile them? Or some other punishment that will make them feel pain? Seeing that the situation was under control, Andre's expression became slightly better, but his eyes were still filled with coldness. He kept sweeping his gaze over the few people, finally stopping on a man in his 50s wearing a black robe. That was because the ring on his hand and the pendant on his neck were emitting a faint magical glow. There was no need to ask to know that he was most likely Uhtred. After all, judging from the rarity of magical equipment in the Sardinia, unless I had the ability to make them myself, it was impossible for there to be more than one piece of equipment. The man in the black robe clearly noticed the gaze on him, and he immediately placed one hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Honorable Webweaver, the two of them have seriously violated the internal rules of the organization and must be severely punished. I personally recommend using the command spell as punishment. I believe that this spell will make them understand the importance of obedience. No, I beg you, please don't use the command spell. Apart from that, I am willing to accept any form of punishment. Hearing the name command spell, Mia's cat face instantly revealed a terrified expression. She was like a little kitten that had been provoked, tightly hugging one of Andre's legs, unwilling to let go no matter what. As for the other party, he was also sweating profusely. He kept looking at Kent, who was standing not far away, as if he was asking for help. Of course, they had reason to be terrified. As a rank 5 arcane spell, once the command spell was successfully cast on a target, the target would definitely be affected. If they forcefully used their willpower to resist the spellcaster's command, they would have to endure extremely painful torture every day. An ordinary person would have the possibility of dying in 2 days at most. More importantly, the duration of the command spell was different from most arcane spells, which lasted a few seconds, a few minutes, or even a few hours. It was exceptionally long, and depending on the level of the caster, it would last for at least 9 to 10 days. Imagine being ordered around like a horse for more than a week. No matter what the other party told you to do, you had to do it. Otherwise, the spell would instantly produce enough pain to make you go crazy. How terrifying would that be? And throughout the whole process, your consciousness would be completely clear. From the beginning to the end, you would remember it firmly in your mind. However, the premise was that you could survive until the spell ended. As a mage, Andre was very clear about the might of this arcane spell. At the same time, he was also very clear that Uhtred's suggestion was definitely out of revenge. Although he didn't show it, his heart was still filled with hatred for this betrayal. He wanted the other party to pay a painful price at all times. However, it was a pity that things were no longer the same as before. His might could no longer intimidate all of them. Kent, the sea-wolf who had been eyeing them from the start, took 2 steps forward and bowed deeply. "Your Excellency, Webweaver, perhaps David did indeed violate the rules of the organization, but he wasn't the one who made the first move. It was Mia. He was only forced to protect himself, so he shouldn't be punished so severely." "That's right. I also agree with this point of view. David should be punished, but it shouldn't be so severe." Another bald woman also stood out and echoed. Without a doubt, they were all in the same group. Kent was the leader of the faction. Seeing that one of his own was in trouble, he naturally stood out to defend him. Moreover, he conveniently pushed all the blame to the Catwoman Mia. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. Seeing that Mia was about to take all the blame, the leader of the other faction, Teresa couldn't sit still any longer. She stood up and retorted with a sneer, "Self-defense? What a joke! Don't tell me it wasn't David who violated the rules of the organization first and brought a strange woman along. Moreover, he took the initiative to provoke her to replace Mia's position? I think David is the one who should be punished the most severely." I completely agree. Mia's bloodline makes her especially sensitive to provocation. David clearly knew this, yet he still continued to provoke her. That's why he's the main culprit. The fatty who weighed more than 100 kilograms quickly supported his own people. At this moment, other than the burly man who had been sitting in the corner and keeping silent, everyone in the secret room expressed their opinions. They were all against each other, forming three distinct factions. Each faction was desperately trying to suppress the other two factions. The thick smell of gunpowder quickly spread in the air. Andre observed everyone's expressions with great interest. After a full 5 minutes, he revealed a playful smile. "All right, it seems that you all haven't reached an agreement on the severity of the punishment. But that's fine. We can put this matter aside for now. Didn't someone say that they wanted to elect a new member? Who is it? Stand out and let me see." As soon as he finished speaking, a woman wearing an exquisite pink dress, transparent stockings, and open-toed high heels stood out. She had a head of long blonde hair, and her facial features were well proportioned. At the same time, her figure was also very impressive. Her breasts, waist, buttocks, and thighs were in perfect golden proportions. Her every movement exuded the unique charm of a young married woman. When she stood up, almost all the men in the room couldn't help but pay attention to her. "Honorable sir, my name is Carmen Dobney. It's an honor to meet you." The woman who called herself Carmen elegantly lifted her skirt, revealing her toes and calves in the silky stockings. Her action didn't seem very frivolous, but it made the men's hearts itch. Huh, a woman who thinks she's a rich lady, a little bitch who only knows how to flirt? David, this is the person you're recommending to replace me? Mia didn't know if it was because she was beaten down too hard, or maybe it was because beautiful women were born to be enemies, but after seeing Carmen's behavior, she immediately burst into a burst of mockery. Her cat-like eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. David glared fiercely at her. David glared at the man and got up from the ground. He pointed at the beautiful woman and said, "Your Excellency, don't be fooled by Carmen's appearance. She is a master swordsman. I've tested 2 level 5 warriors before, and they were defeated in less than 5 minutes. If you don't believe me, you can choose an opponent now." "Oh, you're saying that she'll fight in high heels, a skirt, and stockings?" Andre raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. Chapter 584. It must be known that whether it was high heels that seriously affected one's balance, long skirts that made movement inconvenient, or stockings that made slippery, it was impossible for them to appear on a warrior under normal circumstances. At least until now, Andre had not seen any female warrior dressed like this. But from David's solemn tone, he felt that the other party was not lying, so he narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up the woman in front of him. He wanted to find traces of training from her bones, muscle structure, or body posture. But unfortunately, not to mention traces of training, there was not even a single callus on Carmen's hands. Her skin was as smooth as a baby's, and Andre even suspected that her hand could not hold the hilt of her sword. Of course, as a scheming person, he would never show his emotions on his face. He merely pretended to be deep in thought and nodded lightly. "Since you said so, then let's verify it. As for the opponent, I think Mia is just right. After all, Didn't you say that you want to recommend Carmen to replace Mia? We can use this duel as an important basis for judgment. Remember, if Carmen wins, then everything will be fine. But if she loses, then not only will you lose your position, but you will also receive a more severe punishment, such as command. Similarly, if Mia wins, she can avoid punishment, but if she loses, she will immediately lose her position. Hearing these words, Uhtred instantly revealed an imperceptible smile and immediately praised, "Your decision is really wise." As expected of the wise webweaver, as a senior member of the Shadow Network, regardless of ability, combat strength must be guaranteed. If you don't mind, let me be the judge of this duel. Sure, but time is tight, so it's best to hurry. I still have a lot of things to announce today, and each of them is related to the next huge plan. Andre knew why the old mage took the initiative to take on the trouble, because no matter if Carmen or Mia won, one of the other two factions would suffer a serious blow, which was very advantageous to him to some extent. But he obviously did not know that Andre already had a way to restore the balance of the situation. No matter who was punished in the end, it would not really affect the strength of any side. Please rest assured, I guarantee that this duel will be decided within 5 minutes and will not delay your time. After saying that, a chilling expression appeared on Uhtred's face. He waved his hand at the two beautiful women and took out some dark blue powder from his pocket. He sprinkled it on everyone's feet and then began to chant an incantation in a low voice. After a few seconds, the powder released a fluorescent light, and at the same time stuck to the bottom of the two women's shoes, as if there was a light under their feet. After finishing all this, he opened his arms and said in a mocking tone, "All right, ladies, you can start the duel soon. But before we start, please allow me to make a brief explanation. In order to ensure that you won't die under the enemy's sword, I made a small precaution. See these glowing light spots under your feet? It can transfer a fatal injury to your shoes, which means that whoever's shoes shatter first will lose. Remember, it can only transfer fatal injuries. Ordinary injuries will still appear on the body, and if you lose too much blood, you can also die. May I ask, do you have any doubts now?" Carmen slowly drew out the rapier on his waist, smiling as he shook his head. "Your explanation is very detailed. I have no doubts and can start the duel at any time." "I also have no doubts. There's no need to prepare too much when dealing with a slut who only knows how to put on airs and flirt. She'll crawl under my sharp claws and beg for mercy in a few seconds." Mia fiddled with her sharp cat claws and continued to mock the other party without holding back. In fact, as the person who understood Uhtred's character the most, she was very clear that the true function of this spell was not to protect, but to make both sides of the duel suffer more pain. After all, if one didn't want to lose, then they had to avoid receiving fatal injuries as much as possible. If necessary, they wouldn't hesitate to use non-fatal parts to block, and in the end, their whole body would inevitably be covered with injuries. However, Mia was very confident in her own skills, and she also planned to humiliate the woman in front of her. For example, she would scratch her delicate face, tear her beautiful skirt, and make the other party stand naked under everyone's eyes. Let's see who would dare to look down on her at that time. Very good. If there are no doubts, then I now announce the start of the duel. Following Uhtred's voice reverberating in the secret room, everyone in the surroundings quickly retreated, leaving an empty space of about 10 square meters. Although the area wasn't large, it was still barely enough. "Dear, what are you still waiting for? Didn't you hear that the duel has already started? Come, let me see if those two cute little cat claws of yours can make me kneel and beg for mercy." Carmen walked gracefully to the center of the empty space, using a licking tone to take the initiative to provoke. She didn't assume a proper battle posture, nor did she use a standard defensive posture. She was as leisurely and satisfied as if she was taking a stroll after a meal. Humph. I hope that after I scratch every inch of skin on your face, you can still maintain your current appearance. Mia was clearly enraged, fiercely glaring at the other party. Following which, she charged forward at an extremely fast speed. Relying on the thick soles of her feet, she easily broke through and closed in. Her two front claws were suffused with a black and bright radiance. Once clawed, it would definitely be a bloody mess. But at the moment when she was about to succeed, Carmen suddenly moved. With her left foot as the center, she instantly rotated 90 degrees, perfectly dodging the attack. The sharp claws almost brushed past the tip of the nose, but didn't hurt a single hair. Just as the two figures crossed each other, the woman's sword hand bent at an inconceivable angle, directly piercing through the opponent's left shoulder blade. Ah! The intense pain caused Mia to uncontrollably scream, directly falling to the ground. However, her reaction was very fast, immediately climbing up after rolling on the ground, her eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Hee hee, cute little kitty, are you very surprised? Don't worry, there's more to come that will surprise you. Come, let me properly enjoy this battle, enjoy your pain and wails, enjoy your life to the end. Carmen spoke while using a handkerchief to wipe the blood on her sword. She looked so charming, filled with an astonishing charm that was hard to describe with words. Chapter 585. Blood. A large amount of blood dyed her clothes red in just a few seconds, the gorgeous color stimulating the eyes of everyone present. Perhaps from the wound, it wasn't a fatal blow, and it didn't even hurt the main artery, but it had successfully crippled one of her opponent's arms. At least until the end of the battle, Mia's left arm wouldn't be able to use much strength. Ha 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 ha. Looks like the outcome has been decided. I've said it before, Carmen is much stronger than some stray cat who roams the streets all day. She's a true genius, be it in terms of skill or brains. Seeing that the person he brought had gained the absolute advantage in an instant, David immediately became complacent. From his unblinking eyes, one could see how much he loved and was obsessed with the woman standing in the middle of the secret chamber. One had to know that David was a famous playboy in the shadow net, changing the women by his side almost every day. No matter how beautiful or charming they were, once he had a taste, he would immediately abandon them without hesitation. But at this moment, he was like a man who was passionately in love, afraid to miss every movement and expression of his beloved. Kent had never seen David like this before, and he frowned subconsciously. He then lowered his voice and asked the bald woman beside him, "Grace, do you know where this Carmen came from? I feel that David is a little abnormal. Could it be that he's being played in the palm of her hand? I'm not too sure. This woman was only brought to bed by David a few days ago. It's said that he spent a lot of effort, and after he succeeded, he stayed in the room for an entire day and night. When he came out, he was even wobbling. To be honest, I'm actually more interested in why she's still alive. You should know very well what kind of things David likes. Being tortured by him for an hour or so is very likely for an ordinary woman to commit suicide on the spot, not to mention 24 hours. Look at the way she's walking now. Her relaxed posture. Does it show any signs of being ravaged? In my opinion, either David suddenly changed, or she has some kind of skill that can satisfy David's desires. No matter which, she's definitely not an ordinary person. Fortunately, she's still on our side, so instead of wasting time on David, why don't we just rope her in? Didn't you see the web weaver's eyes? I can guarantee that he's observing carefully. Perhaps after this competition is over, that woman will replace Mia and become one of us. Grace and Omar also lowered their voices and carefully shared the judgment they had obtained. As the famous queen among the pirates, she had always been known for her cruelty and coldness. Every time she captured an enemy ship, she would take off her clothes and reveal her two plump breasts, solemnly declaring her identity as a woman to humiliate the other party. It was said that when she was young, she wanted to join the navy of a certain city-state. However, she was rejected because of her identity as a woman. After all, people who had been at sea for a long time were more or less superstitious. They believed that women would bring bad luck to the entire ship. Therefore, there were almost no women in the regular navy. Unless they had some special background or super strong abilities, they would never be able to set foot on the deck. Unfortunately, Grace O'Malley's dream of sailing for the first time was nipped in the bud before it could even take off. Many people said that after she became a pirate, she crazily attacked the warships of the southern cities in order to take revenge for the humiliation she suffered when she was rejected back then. However, only those who truly understood her knew that this woman who appeared to have a bad temper and was crude on the surface was actually very rational most of the time. She was very good at analyzing complex situations and then finding the enemy's weak points to launch a precise and fatal attack. Kent was one of the people who understood Grace and Omar the most, so he didn't dare to be careless about the possibility mentioned just now. His mind was filled with consideration of the gains and losses, because from the moment he declared that he wanted to be independent, there was no way out. Either he defeated Uhtred to fulfill his ambition, or he became a lamentable loser. He didn't even notice that Uhtred, who had been watching from the side all along, had a meaningful expression on his face. Especially when he looked at David, his gaze seemed to carry a trace of faintly discernible ridicule. As the only outsider, André could feel that everyone in the secret room was secretly scheming. Perhaps just like the name of the organization, conspiracies and machinations had already seeped into their bones. Many times it wasn't a deliberate plan, but a habit that had been cultivated over the years. Today's gathering could be called a gathering of conspirators. Including him, no one had spoken much truth from the beginning to the end. Deception, lies, and misdirection filled every corner of the gathering. This was a paradise for smart people because they could obtain everything they wanted here. However, it was indeed a hell for fools, because they would lose everything here. Without a doubt, the pitiful David had long been a complete fool in André's eyes. This was because although Carmen had sprayed a lot of perfume on her body, his sense of smell had always been very sensitive. He could still detect the faint smell of sulfur in the air. That was a smell that only demons, devils, or mixed bloods from the lower planes could produce. Perhaps before coming to this world, André didn't pay too much attention to these details, but after interacting with Eunice for a long time, he was naturally particularly sensitive to this aspect. The situation is really getting more and more interesting. I just don't know whether this woman called Carmen is a spy planted by a hostile force or a part of a certain plan. But it doesn't matter as long as she can be used by me. Watching the duel in the secret room that was about to come to an end, countless thoughts flashed through André's mind. Finally, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. That's enough. I think Carmen has already sufficiently proven her swordsmanship. If this continues, I'm afraid our lovely Mia will go into shock due to excessive blood loss. As a gentleman, I feel that it's too cruel to let a lady endure such painful torture. What do you all think? After a few minutes of intense battle, or more accurately, one-sided abuse, the pitiful cat lady was now covered in cuts and bruises. Even her tight, leather clothes were completely torn apart. Her skin was covered in leopard spots, and there was not an inch of undamaged skin. It was clear that all of this was done by Carmen on purpose. On one hand, it was to show off her swordsmanship, and on the other hand, it was to return the opponent's provocation. Chapter 586. Now that he knew the true identity of the woman in front of him, André naturally understood why she could wear high heels, a long skirt, and stockings to battle. If he guessed correctly, These clothes were probably illusions created by transformation spells or illusions. Perhaps under this seductive appearance was a monster with horns on its head, wings, and a tail on its back, and two animal hooves on its feet. As a cat person known for her agility, Mia might be able to easily gain the upper hand when facing most pure-blooded humans, but when facing a monster from another plane, she was obviously powerless. Even if she used all her strength, she couldn't pose any threat to the other party. She could only lie on the ground and gnash her teeth in anger. It couldn't be helped. Orire was a world where bloodlines were paramount. There were many powerful creatures that were just born a few months ago, and their strength was comparable to a level 5 or even a level 10 professional. Some didn't even need to work too hard, and as they grew older, they would naturally step into the realm of legends. The gap between most intelligent creatures and them could be described as despair. It was obvious that Mia was no match for Carmen. The latter didn't even reveal his strength, and just relied on his rich battle experience and sharp reactions to easily toy with her. Now, she didn't even have the strength to speak. Looking at Mia, who was lying on the ground like a dead cat, a cruel smile appeared on Uhtred's face. He took 2 steps forward and said in a condescending tone, "Did you hear that? Thank that Lord for his mercy. Otherwise, you would have become a lifeless corpse in a few minutes. You must know that the organization's tradition is to never keep losers and trash. You've lost so badly, and yet you're still alive. You're really lucky to the extreme." Mercy? Lucky? I don't think my end would be any better than death. Mia, who was on her last breath, revealed a mocking expression. She knew that living didn't equate to being lucky. Sometimes living in pain and humiliation couldn't even compare to dying happily. The Shadow Net wasn't a charity organization, and similarly, it had nothing to do with kindness. Therefore, what awaited her next would be a terrifying punishment. Perhaps dying under the sword of her opponent could also be considered a way to free herself. But unfortunately, in this secret room full of conspirators, it wasn't easy to seek death. At least, it wasn't possible before her remaining value was squeezed dry. "That's right, little wildcat. You're very lucky. Ha 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 ha." David laughed wildly as he came to Carmen's side, wanting to give his beloved woman a hug. However, the moment he opened his arms, a look of disdain flashed across Carmen's eyes. He turned around and walked towards Andre, ignoring the latter's shocked and awkward expression. "Your Excellency, please allow me to express the gratitude in my heart. If it wasn't for your permission, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the opportunity to display my talents, let alone obtain everyone's recognition." After saying that, the charming woman knelt down on one knee and kissed the back of Andre's hand affectionately. Then she placed it on her snow-white, full chest, her eyes revealing fanatical worship. It had to be said that her acting skills were simply perfect. No one could tell that she was faking it at all. Coupled with her beautiful appearance and sexy figure, a normal man would probably become a subject under her skirt in a few minutes. However, this was completely useless against Andre. He calmly withdrew his hand and looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. After a full minute, he opened his mouth and said, "Ha, you're too humble. Ha, you're too modest. Even without my help, just your outstanding swordsmanship from before is sufficient to obtain everyone's recognition. If you don't believe me, you can ask the most senior member beside me. If it was him, he would definitely be very happy to accept an outstanding talent like you, right?" "You're absolutely right. We, the Shadow Net, will never refuse a capable person to join us. At the same time, we don't mind getting rid of some idiots who drag us down. Welcome to the team, Madam." Uhtred's cold and gloomy attitude was replaced with enthusiasm. Almost no one noticed that as he said this. he exchanged a private glance with Carmen, one of approval and one of warning. As a powerful mage, Uhtred recognized the woman standing in front of him from the start. Actually, she was the succubus he summoned a few days ago. Moreover, she didn't even change her name. He was just a little angry at her seduction of Andre. Perhaps feeling that her seduction didn't work, or perhaps the warning worked, Carmen quickly gave up on further probing. She stood up and pretended to be witty as she blinked her eyes. "So you're saying that I'm already considered a member of the organization?" "Of course. I now announce that Mia's identity will be removed, and you will replace her. Remember, your task from now on is to assist Teresa and complete the infiltration and roping of the underground guild members. Make them run for their lives, and ensure that the plan to destroy the Pirate Alliance will proceed smoothly." Speaking until here, Andre raised his head and glanced at the dazed David and Kent, who had an extremely ugly expression. He smiled and asked, "You don't have any objections to my arrangement, right?" "Ha! Of course, they won't have any objections. You are the Honorable Net Weaver. Your will is our command. Unless someone wants to betray us, we must obey unconditionally." Kent didn't even have time to open his mouth before Teresa hurriedly stood up and used her dignified words to block all the others' excuses. As the weakest of the three, Mia's failure was a huge blow to her. Now that she suddenly had an opportunity to turn her luck around, how could she let it go? Kent fiercely glared at Teresa. He took a deep breath and nodded without hesitation. "Your decision is very wise, and I completely agree with it. But there is one thing that needs to be said in advance. Since Carmen participated in the operation against the Underground Guild, then she has nothing to do with David in the future. No matter what happens in the future, Teresa will be responsible for it." "Okay, I'm willing to take responsibility for all of Carmen's actions." Teresa knew that the other wanted to take the opportunity to clear their relationship. She couldn't shrink back at this time. Otherwise, she would quickly lose an important opportunity. Seeing that everything was developing according to his plan, Andre's face revealed a satisfied expression. "Very good. Since you've all agreed, then Carmen, you can stand on Teresa's side. With your intelligence, you should know what to do from now on." Chapter 587. "As you wish, Honorable Sir." The succubus in disguise bowed deeply with one hand on her chest. Then she turned around and blew a kiss at David. "Sorry, dear darling, I'm afraid we have to part for the time being. You also said that the orders of the Net Weaver cannot be violated. I'm just following orders." David, who knew that he had been played, forced a smile and nodded. "Ha! I understand. In fact, everyone could see that his heart was bleeding. If not for Andre's orders, he might have already drawn his sword and killed. No man could endure such deceit and betrayal, especially when he was a villain who killed without batting an eyelid. "Thank you. It's good that you understand." Carmen pretended that she didn't understand anything with a sweet smile on her face. She stepped to Teresa's side and formally expressed her position. In just a few short seconds, the unbalanced situation was once again restored. Andre used his special identity as the Net Weaver to easily suppress all the unstable factors within. At least on the surface, he didn't care so much in the dark. In any case, everyone present was only a tool to be used. Once he completely grasped the ruling power of the Sardinia Islands, he would clean them all up, leaving only a few smart people who were willing to pledge loyalty to him. Watching Carmen join Teresa's side, Uhtred's heart was filled with joy. He had summoned the succubus to cause the other members to fall into an endless internal strife, but he didn't expect to succeed so quickly. But in order to conceal his emotions, he deliberately coughed and asked, "Sir, although it's a bit rude, may I ask how you plan to deal with Mia? You should know that according to the rules of the organization, members who join will never be able to withdraw. Losers usually have no second way to leave apart from death. You mean to say that I should kill her? Andre looked at Uhtred meaningfully, the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he asked, playfully. No, it's too wasteful to kill a seventh-rank assassin. My suggestion is to make her your personal pet. Think about it, a catgirl bodyguard who can provide you with all kinds of special services and protect your safety all day long. How many people want it, but can't get it? Furthermore, as far as I know, when she was young, she received training in that area. I guarantee that you will enjoy incomparable pleasure in bed. Uhtred's eyes were suffused with a cold glint, and his voice was filled with chilliness. He was clearly taking revenge on Mia for her betrayal, according to his method. It wouldn't take long for this young feline girl to become a walking corpse without a soul. However, Andre didn't have any other choice. He was playing the role of a high-ranking leader of an evil organization. He had to make sure that his words and actions were in line with the definition of evil. After all, the members of the Shadow Web had blood on their hands and didn't deserve any sympathy. After thinking this through, he purposely put on a very interested expression as he looked at Mia's curvy figure and nodded lightly. Not bad. It is indeed a good suggestion. But how are you going to solve the problem of loyalty? I'm not sure if this wild and untamed kitten will one day go berserk and tear my throat out. Ha 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 ha. Please don't worry. I just happen to have a little toy here that can solve your problem. Uhtred laughed heartily as he took out a collar made of unknown leather from his waist pouch. Judging from the densely packed carvings and silver threads on it, it was undoubtedly a magical equipment. He fiddled with the silver bell in the middle of the collar, making a crisp and melodious sound. Then he proudly explained, "It is a spoil of war that I obtained a long time ago in an unintentional adventure. From the style and enchantment method, it should have a history of about 3,000 years. Its effect is similar to a command spell. As long as it is worn on the neck of the target, he or she must obey all your orders. Otherwise, the brain will instantly feel a splitting pain. In addition, it can also detect the thoughts of the wearer. Once there is malice or hatred, this small bell will immediately ring nonstop. When I first got it, I tried it on my wife who chattered all day long. As a result, I immediately obtained the peace that I yearned for. It was so quiet that I completely ignored her existence. When I woke up, she had already become a dried corpse. Of course, there are still some side effects. For example, wearing it for a long time will damage the brain of the target. However, compared to the outstanding effect, this flaw is nothing." Cold. After hearing the old mage's words, Mia, who was lying motionless on the ground, felt a chill from the bottom of her heart. Almost without any hesitation, she directly grabbed the dagger hidden in her boots and fiercely stabbed it towards her own throat. As a failure, perhaps she was already unable to control her fate, but she could still take the initiative to embrace death. However, the young cat girl clearly underestimated Uhtred's attainments in arcane magic. Before the sharp dagger could touch her skin, the fluorescent light emitted from her boots suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Immediately after, the dagger made of fine steel seemed to be squeezed by an external force. In less than a second, it turned into an iron ball and heavily smashed into her neck. Cough, cough, cough. Mia, whose throat was fiercely hit, immediately fell to the ground and coughed violently. Her sorry state attracted the ridicule of the other legs. Uhtred even loudly mocked, "Ah, naughty kitten, after so many years, you still haven't made any progress. No wonder you were eliminated by Carmen. Don't tell me you have forgotten the spell I just cast and the words I said. Those fluorescent lights will transfer a fatal injury to your shoes, but you are so stupid as to still want to commit suicide. Demon, you damn demons." I won't let you be so smug. Perhaps because she knew that she was about to face a terrible encounter, or perhaps because she understood that she couldn't successfully commit suicide in front of so many schemers, Mia finally let go of everything and chose to curse loudly. This was the only way she could resist. However, this level of insult didn't affect the scheming legs at all. They continued to laugh and ridicule, as if the person kneeling on the ground and screaming in despair had nothing to do with them. In particular, Teresa and the fat man laughed especially loudly, as if they had completely forgotten that Mia was still their ally 10 minutes ago. This was the way the shadow web did things. There was no sympathy, no pity. The winner obtained everything, and the loser would suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 588. Laugh all you want. Mock me to your heart's content. My miserable state today will be your end in the future. I curse you all. I curse you all to live in the darkness forever. You will never be able to walk under the sun like a normal person. Seeing that her insults had no effect, Mia cursed like a lunatic. It could be seen that she had completely fallen into despair. She was probably only thinking of venting to her heart's content when her mind was clear. In any case, the situation couldn't get any worse. As a knowledgeable mage, Uhtred knew that such hysterical words couldn't possibly resonate with magical energy or attract the attention of powerful otherworld creatures. Therefore, the possibility of the curse taking effect was almost zero. He strode over to Mia with a teasing smile on his face and wagged a finger lightly. No, no, no. You seem to have misunderstood something. In fact, this collar won't deprive you of your will. It will only force you to obey orders. The honorable webweaver can enjoy your attentive service while watching you powerless to resist. Then, through training, he will completely turn you into an obedient little kitten. I believe that this process will be very interesting. Unfortunately, I won't be able to enjoy it. You still remember? When I first met you, I said that everyone needs to be responsible for their own actions. Regardless of loyalty or betrayal, you must make a choice carefully. But unfortunately, you have made too many mistakes recently. The organization doesn't need a person who is neither loyal nor capable. Fortunately, the honorable webweaver wants to raise a pet. Otherwise, I guarantee that your end would be 10 times more miserable than now. After saying those words, Uhtred no longer cared about the hatred in Mia's eyes and directly handed the collar to Andre. Sir, please personally put the collar on your pet. From now on, she is your private property. Without a doubt, the reason why he was so domineering was none other than to threaten those who betrayed him. He wanted them to see what would happen to those who betrayed him. At the same time, he was warning the only one who hadn't clearly taken a side to be tactful. Andre was naturally clear about Uhtred's plan, but he didn't expose it. Instead, he smiled and picked up the collar, putting it on Mia's neck without hesitation. At the moment when he put it on, the collar emitted a dark blue arcane light, and then the connected parts completely fused together. There was no trace of an interface at all. Even taking it off was an extravagant hope. Obviously, this magical equipment didn't consider the problem of taking it off when it was designed. Unless the wearer died, it would never be able to be taken off. After understanding everything, Andre reached out his hand to touch Mia's furry ears and smiled. It's soft and feels good. No wonder so many people like to raise cats. I'm not a cat. I'm a cat. Don't touch my ear. Mia felt that she had received a great humiliation, and she glared at him angrily. But it was a pity that her resistance didn't work at all. Andre's hand was still doing what it was supposed to do. As soon as she had the thought of resisting, the bell on her neck would ring incessantly. As soon as she disobeyed the command, her head would explode in excruciating pain. After a few attempts, Mia finally understood her situation and quickly became well-behaved. Like a docile house cat, she obediently laid on Andre's knee according to the order, allowing him to stroke her ears and hair. She even let out a meow or two from time to time. Although it was very shameful, in order to survive and not be abused further, she silently chose to endure it. She would think of a way to escape when she had the chance in the future. Andre didn't care about the feline girl's thoughts. He directly sat on the main seat and scanned everyone. After a minute, he took out a brand new parchment from his waist bag and asked with a serious expression, "Everyone, do you want to know the content on this?" "I'm very sorry, Your Excellency. If you have something to say, please say it directly. Otherwise, with your wisdom, I'm afraid we will never be able to guess the content." Perhaps because Uhtred had stolen the limelight just now, Kent hurriedly stood up and flattered him without batting an eyelid. "Humph. All right, since you all like to be direct, then I won't continue to beat around the bush. Take a look, but please remember, it is a disgrace, a huge oversight in your work." After saying that, Andre threw the parchment in front of Uhtred, deliberately pretending to be very angry. Uhtred didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately opened the parchment and glanced at it. The expression on his face instantly became extremely unsightly. Fortunately, he was after all a person who had seen great winds and waves. He quickly recovered from his shock and raised his head to ask loudly, "Is this information true? Is there really a mysterious organization that has been lurking under our noses for more than 10 years, and we know nothing about it?" Following these words, the gazes of the others all focused on the parchment, all trying to guess what kind of information it was that could make the usually calm Uhtred so agitated. Of course it's true, and I've personally confirmed it. Not only did the other party plan a large number of armed personnel in Valen City, they've also been secretly carrying out a plan that's been going on for more than 10 years. I don't want to know where your mistake came from or whose fault it was. I only want to obtain a satisfactory result within a day. No one can behave atrociously in the organization's territory. Since they dared to do so, then they must pay the price in blood. There's still about 10 hours until midnight. Before the moonlight shines on the ground, destroy the other party's temporary stronghold outside the city. You must bring back the people I want in one piece, understood? After saying that, Andre used a sharp gaze to observe everyone present. His goal was very simple. He wanted Black Blade and Shadow Net to fight first so that he could estimate the strength of both sides. If Shadow Net was stronger, then he didn't mind completely eradicating Black Blade from Valen City. If Black Blade was stronger, then he could use the notes in his hands to exchange for an alliance with the other party. In any case, from the information Portia had brought back, the other party's goal was only the notes of the master swordsman, Johannes Richard Turner. They had no intentions of encroaching on the Sardinia Islands themselves. This meant that there was no irreconcilable conflict or hatred between the two sides. As long as they paid a satisfactory price, they could work together to obtain what they needed. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party had to have the corresponding strength. Otherwise, they would be completely eradicated after midnight. Chapter 589. After reading the contents of the parchment, Uhtred furrowed his brows. The information that Andre had given was too sudden. It didn't explain the mysterious organization's motives, nor did it point out what they had done. As someone who had been immersed in schemes and plots for most of his life, Uhtred instinctively felt that there was something fishy going on. However, due to Andre's identity, it wasn't convenient for him to directly question him. However, he wasn't the only one who could see this. None of the people present were idiots. Even David, who had just been played for a fool, could feel that something was wrong. His two eyes were constantly looking in the direction of Kent and Grace, as if communicating with their gazes. One had to know that after decades of infiltration, The shadow web had already weaved a huge intelligence network in Valen City. Their influence permeated every aspect of the city, and the majority of the high-ranking members believed that nothing in this territory could be hidden from them. Thus, they were very suspicious of the existence of the mysterious organization. Looking at the pairs of eyes flickering with a strange light, Andre knew that if he didn't take out something useful, these fellows wouldn't be willing to be cannon fodder. After all, even fishing required bait, not to mention commanding a group of treacherous and cunning jackals, because everyone was silently pondering. A short silence appeared in the secret room. However, it was quickly broken by the brawny man who hadn't said a word since the beginning. He stood up and saluted before asking in a deep voice, "Honorable sire, as a member of the organization, of course I won't allow any power to act recklessly in our territory. However, don't you think that tonight's operation was too hasty? Even now, we still haven't figured out how many people the other party has, how strong they are, whether they're in cahoots with underground guilds or pirates. Don't you think we should investigate first? It won't be too late to act after we've figured out the details." "You are?" Andre raised his head and looked at the other party's well-developed muscles and plain face. This person's appearance was too ordinary, and he didn't show off his abilities like the others. Judging from his appearance, he looked more like a laborer or farmer at the docks, not a scheming and evil person. "Herman, my name is Herman." The brawny man gave a simple and honest smile and directly reported his name. He looked so harmless that people couldn't help but want to get close to him. "Your Excellency, he is the executioner Herman, one of our executioners. He is a powerful warrior. Don't be fooled by his false appearance. This guy has killed at least 500 people, if not 1,000, including the elderly and children. In fact, as long as anyone poses a threat to the organization, he will eliminate them without hesitation. For so many years, he has never shown mercy." Teresa introduced her colleague in a low voice, a trace of fear inadvertently appearing on her face. She wasn't the only one. Everyone's faces turned ugly when they saw the burly man step forward, especially Uhtred. His eyes were filled with complex fear, and the atmosphere became strange for a moment. According to the internal structure of the shadow web, every region had an executioner who was responsible for eliminating potential threats. At the same time, there was also an assassin who was responsible for eliminating traitors. Perhaps due to Herman's ruthlessness and cruelty, the other members were secretly guessing whether he was also an assassin. It was also for this reason that he was able to remain neutral in such a complicated situation. Even if Uhtred repeatedly warned him, he still turned a deaf ear. Individual strength was always the foundation of everything. This was the unchanging truth of Oreir for tens of thousands of years. Even the power that made people crazy had to be ranked behind it. As long as your strength was strong enough, many times even the aloof gods would have to give you appropriate respect. The magic civilization that suffered a devastating blow several years ago had already proved this point. Before the legendary mages were arrogant enough to start researching the immortal mysteries of the gods, they were able to summon the avatars of the gods as equals to conduct negotiations in exchange for some rare and precious resources or knowledge. This kind of situation continued for thousands of years. Many famous mages even married with the gods, giving birth to a large number of children of the gods. Some of them were still living in seclusion in remote places. Without a doubt, Herman's level as a warrior was definitely very high, high enough to pose a huge threat to a mage who had grasped rank 5 arcane spells. Otherwise, with Uhtred's personality, he definitely wouldn't have let him go so easily. Andre was clearly very interested in this executioner in front of him. He nodded with a smile. "Your analysis is very reasonable, Herman. However, you neglected one point, and that is the urgency of this matter. The person who was captured knows too much. We have to complete this surprise attack before he spills the truth. Otherwise, the consequences will become very difficult to predict. Did you know, last night I disguised myself as an assassin hired by the Rat Men and massacred all the smugglers in the Hiccup Dragon Tavern? I wanted to incite conflict between the Rat Men and the Underground Guild, and at the same time create chaos in preparation for my next plan. But who would have thought that a mishap would occur in the end? One of my subordinates was kidnapped. After a simple investigation, I discovered that there was a mysterious organization of unknown scale hiding in Valen City. Moreover, it seemed that they were brewing a huge plan. Think about it. If they weren't enemies, why would they interfere with my actions? And why would they kidnap my subordinate? You can think of this surprise attack as a test. Test the strength of the other party, how large their scale is, and the situation of their high-end forces. The most important thing is that we have to figure out their goal, no matter what. Andre, who had long since trained his lying skills to the peak of perfection, didn't even blink. In a few short seconds, he had revised the events of last night, hiding the part about the notes and directly placing the blame on Ebony. He believed that once they made their move, the other party definitely wouldn't have the time to explain why they kidnapped a swindler. Thus, he wasn't worried about being exposed one day. You were the one who did the things last night. Uhtred couldn't hide his surprise at all, his face full of disbelief. He had originally thought that Andre was just an apprentice of some higher-up who had been sent to a relatively remote place like the Sardinia Islands to learn and gain experience. Similar situations had occurred many times within the Shadow Web. Generally speaking, rookies like this would mostly focus on observation. However, he had never expected that Andre would start stirring up the situation not long after his appearance. His actions were large and precise, and even Uhtred couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. Chapter 590. That's right, I did it. Don't tell me you think I'm the kind of coward who only knows how to talk big, and then make my subordinates risk their lives? Andre asked with a playful smile. Seeing the fear that flashed through Uhtred's eyes, he was actually a little proud of himself. After all, to be able to make this scheming and astute fellow feel surprised meant that his efforts so far weren't in vain. At the very least, it greatly improved his impression in everyone's minds. In the future, when he issued orders, he wouldn't be questioned like today. Of course not. How could that be? I just didn't expect you to be so decisive and hit the enemy's vital point in one go. The conflict between the Rat Men and the underground guilds has been going on for a long time, especially recently. Old Bernie's good-for-nothing grandson has been inciting the young Rat Men to take the initiative to attack, making the upper echelons of the underground guilds very nervous. Now, with your instigation, I think it won't be long before they start a fierce confrontation. We can take advantage of this opportunity to take down the Pirate Alliance in one fell swoop. Who knew if it was to cover up his guilty conscience? But Uhtred hurriedly pretended to be extremely excited and started to praise the benefits of slaughtering the smugglers. However, those who had a little understanding of his character knew how conceited this gloomy and cold-blooded old mage was. It was almost impossible for him to sincerely praise someone, even if that person was his superior. Andre was never an idiot. Naturally, he could see through the other's hypocritical performance. He directly waved his hand, lightly. All right, my plan isn't as perfect as you say. Old Bernie isn't someone easy to deal with. I believe he'll definitely think of a way to resolve this crisis. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the Rat King who made people tremble all over just by saying his name. Everything I do is to muddy the waters. This way, no one will realize that our targets are actually pirates. Back to the main topic. You must bring out all your strength for tonight's operation. Moreover, everyone, including me, must participate in the battle. It must be a sure hit, otherwise once the enemy escapes, the organization will very likely be immediately exposed. Understood. Rest assured, after the meeting ends, I'll immediately go back and gather people. As an executioner, my mission is to eliminate every threat. After Herman understood Andre's intentions, he was the first to stand up and support him. For him, nothing was more important than keeping the entire shadow web invisible. For this, he wouldn't hesitate to kill more people and pay a heavy price. I'll also mobilize the elites of the Carrier-Mir mercenary group to participate. As Herman said, no matter who the enemy is, as long as they pose a threat to the organization, then we must eliminate them. Uhtred thought about it for a few seconds and immediately expressed his attitude. Perhaps he was treacherous, cold, and ruthless, but his loyalty to the shadow web, especially as the former highest leader of this area. He didn't want everything he created to be destroyed by anyone. Seeing that there were already 2 people who expressed their support, Kent also stood up, unwilling to be outdone. Your Excellency, please rest assured. Before nightfall, Grace, David, and I will lead 100 of the most elite pirates to meet with you. Tonight, the great shadow web will display its unparalleled strength. Anyone who goes against it will inevitably be destroyed. That's right. My spies and assassins will become the sharpest daggers in your hands. The great shadow web will be invincible. Teresa, who had always been very shrewd, naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity to express her loyalty. Moreover, Andre had just helped her according to the agreement. She had to do her best to support Andre's every decision. Otherwise, once she lost support, as the weakest of the 3, it wouldn't be long before she would be nibbled away by her opponents bit by bit. As for the succubus disguised as Carmen, she stuck out the tip of her tongue and licked her lips seductively. She smiled and muttered to herself, "Hee, I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting thing as soon as I joined. This is really too exciting." Exciting? Hee, you won't think so after you participate in tonight's action. The fatty sitting next to her sneered. "Why do you say that? Is there a secret that I don't know?" Carmen pretended to be naive and asked. However, the fatty obviously didn't buy it. He just returned a meaningful look and then closed his mouth, unwilling to reveal another word. Ignoring the private conversation between the 2, Andre knocked on the table directly. "Well, since no one objects, then tonight's action is set. In order to not attract the attention of other forces, the gathering place will be temporarily set at the forest 2 kilometers outside the city. If there are no accidents, everyone must arrive on time before 10 o'clock. If the time is up and no one comes, I will immediately regard them as traitors. This matter ends here. Next, let's discuss how to destroy the Pirate Alliance. Kent, what's the latest news on your side? A large number of pirate ships have been docked at the harbor for several days. Has the pirate King Francis not made up his mind?" As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the famous Seawolf captain. The latter didn't dare to neglect and quickly got up and replied, "I'm very sorry, Your Excellency. Francis has been very cautious this time. He allowed the elite captains to gather and quarrel, but he didn't express his opinion at all. I think he may be waiting for an opportunity to make both Bacaro City and Linton City suffer." Grace, Mally obviously didn't agree with this statement. She touched her bald head and said to Kent, "I feel that the old Pirate King seems to be worried about something. Haven't you noticed that there's a woman wrapped in a cloak by his side recently?" I mean that he is likely to be influenced by some external forces, such as a secret ally. Otherwise, with his decisive character, he would have sent a fleet to participate in the battle long ago. What we have to deal with now is not only a pirate king, but also the forces standing behind him. It had to be said that Grace's intuition was very sharp. Without any information, she had already noticed the secret alliance between Francis and Loretta Botons. Andre stared at the woman, whose eyes revealed the light of wisdom, and a trace of approval appeared on his face. Good analysis. Francis does have a mysterious ally. As for who he is, it's not convenient for me to reveal it for the time being. You just need to know that the other party's hand can't reach the Sardinia Islands. Remember, you must make the pirates make up their minds as soon as possible and join this tragic naval battle as soon as possible. Chapter 591. Oh, you know the Pirate King's secret? Grace raised her eyebrows, a suspicious expression on her face. She had spent a lot of effort to investigate, but in the end, she couldn't find any clues, so she didn't believe that others could find anything. Not only do I know, but I also fought with him and his allies. He is indeed a difficult enemy. Oh, yes, I also got a valuable loot. Maybe you can recognize it. Andre pulled out a mithril scimitar hanging on his belt. Although he had gradually become accustomed to using a lighter and more flexible weapon like a rapier after becoming a wandering swordsman, he had never abandoned the mithril scimitar and always carried it with him. After all, the destructive power of a rapier was weak. When encountering targets wearing heavy armor, he still needed to use a sharp scimitar to break the armor. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. Grace only took a glance and immediately recognized the weapon. She exclaimed loudly, "Oh my God! This is the brain-eating demon, Bramigen's favorite scimitar." With the power of this weapon, he called himself the nemesis of spellcasters. Several mages have died under his scimitar because of carelessness. You actually killed him? Hearing that the pirate captain he had killed seemed to be very famous, Andre's face instantly showed a trace of contempt. Brain-eating demon? That nickname wasn't wrong at all. Back then, he even threatened to eat my brain spoonful by spoonful, and then use my skull as a wine cup. But forget about being the nemesis of spellcasters. He couldn't even see through a simple trap. I guess any qualified mage can play him in the palm of their hand. Yes, how can a mage who has mastered the power of arcane magic lose to a mere 9th-level warrior? He was just lucky to have met a few idiots among mages. How dare he call himself the nemesis of spellcasters? If it were me, I wouldn't even have to do it myself. I could make him beg for death with my brain alone. Uhtred sneered, expressing his disdain for Bramhagen. Obviously, he was also an archmage who believed in the supremacy of Arcana. Just like the legendary mages of the ancient magic civilization, he looked down on other classes from the bottom of his heart. He even felt that the gods were just a group of stronger mages. In fact, similar invisible discrimination was very common in the Oleal continent, especially among the selfish mages. Andre had experienced this deeply when he was in the Linton City Mage Association. Many of the senior members there saw the priests as the dogs of the gods, the founding knights as the hunting dogs of the nobles, the rogues as thieves who could only do sneaky things, the druids as idiots who spent all their time with plants and animals, and the warriors as cannon fodder, who were all brawn and no brains. Anyway, apart from mages, you would never hear them praise other professions, even if the other party was 5 or even 10 levels higher than them. Only those who had broken through the limits of their own professions and entered the legendary world could barely gain some recognition and respect. However, as a soul who had transmigrated from another world, Andre did not have such prejudice in his mind. He was a pragmatist through and through. Although the power of Arcana was indeed powerful enough to kill the gods, he did not reject the idea of borrowing the power of other professions in times of danger at all. In his opinion, it was rather foolish of these mages to force themselves to be independent. After all, Arcana in itself meant infinite possibilities. For example, the transmutation magic could strengthen the weak physical quality of the spellcaster. Just like the magic cast by the Archmage Boris, the spellcaster would not be much worse than a warrior of the same level for a short period of time. In fact, in the process of pursuing the truth, the ancient legendary mages developed countless arcana spells, including the wishing spell and the limited wish spell, which could simulate almost all supernatural powers. The purpose was to make themselves more perfect. It was best to have the strength and physique of a warrior, the agility of a thief, and the divine spells of a priest and a druid. Unfortunately, after that earth-shattering war, countless knowledge was lost in the long river of history. Later mages also slowly degenerated, and finally evolved into the extremely narrow-minded state they were in now. Staring at the conceit in Uhtred's eyes, Andrei suddenly realized that this sinister, cunning, and seemingly flawless old mage actually had a huge weakness, and that was that he believed too much in the protection brought about by magic. Perhaps it was because he had stayed in the Sardinia Islands for too long, which was a relatively barren place of supernatural powers. His vision had been greatly limited, and he had completely forgotten that there were many abilities in the world that could be used against defensive arcana spells. It seems that I should make a magic weapon. Andrei suddenly had such an idea. From the moment they met, he knew that this old mage in front of him was the biggest obstacle to controlling the Sardinia Islands. Only by getting rid of him would he be able to truly control the Sardinia Islands. Uhtred might never have dreamed that his words would start the countdown to his journey to the world of the dead, and he would never have imagined how terrifying a magic weapon would be to a very fragile mage. No wonder I haven't seen Bramhagen and his swordfish for a long time. It turns out that he died at your hands. May I ask why you killed him? Kent didn't discover the strong killing intent in Andrei's heart and carefully probed. On one hand, he was very interested in the Pirate King's recent actions, and on the other hand, he wanted to obtain some clues to guess who had formed an alliance with Francis. I'll naturally tell you what you should know, and it's useless to ask what you shouldn't know. Remember, get the pirates to move as soon as possible, and let them fight to the death with the Lincoln City Navy. When the fleet returns to Valen City, that'll be our chance to act, because no one would think that there would be a rebellion on the day of victory. As long as we kill Francis and his direct subordinates, the remaining captains won't be a problem at all. In addition, tonight's operation must be swift and fierce. Leave no one alive except for my men. All right, that's all for today's meeting. Go back and prepare. We'll meet again after dark. After saying this with a straight face, Andrei gave Ken a look full of warning, then stood up and pulled Mia, who was in beast form, towards the passage. He wasn't an idiot, and he instantly saw through the other party's little scheme. How could he possibly leak any information related to himself? Chapter 592. Kent was frightened by Andrei's gaze, and he quickly lowered his head without saying a word. He knew that his reckless probing had crossed Andrei's bottom line, and he was afraid that it would lead to further punishment. After all, Mia was a living example not long ago, and no one would doubt the cold-bloodedness and cruelty of the net weaver. He came as he pleased. He left as he pleased. He was temperamental. He turned his back on him. There was almost no consideration. Andrei fully displayed the temperament of an evil leader, and even he himself felt that he was a little too immersed in the role. What if it affected his character in the future? It was much easier to do evil unscrupulously than to do good, and it was also easier to get addicted. Otherwise, there would not be so many people who chose to join the evil faction. There was once a joke in the Oleo continent. It was said that a sacred samurai had cast detect evil on the streets when he was chasing after a fugitive. As a result, he found that more than half of the people were shining with a red aura that symbolized evil. In the end, his faith collapsed, and he fell to the other side, becoming an evil dark guardian. Of course, this was just a joke. Real paladins will have been tempered thousands of times, and it was impossible for him to be so weak. However, it indirectly showed that in this world, evil was the tendency of most people, especially the nobles in the ruling class. They were either lawful evil or neutral evil. It was not bad if there were half of the so-called neutral or good nobles in 100. Evil was so addictive, so Andre always reminded himself to keep his bottom line and not indulge in it. He was really afraid that one day he would become as crazy as the necromancer Ulysses Domer. After leaving the headquarters of the Emir mercenary group, Andre strolled on the bustling streets of the upper city. Compared to the dirty and messy lower city, this was almost the same as the noble district of Lincoln City. Perhaps the pirate leaders had finally begun to evolve to another class after being fed up with the rudeness of the crew. There were gardens, shade, and benches everywhere, coupled with the exquisite medieval-style buildings. It gave people the illusion that they were in a fairy tale world. It's hard to imagine that pirates who are always burning, killing, and destroying at sea can actually build such a beautiful street. Isn't it ironic? Andre asked Catgirl with a smile. He looked so casual, as if he was a big boy from a noble family. He didn't show any of the sharpness he had shown in the underground chamber, nor did he look like the leader of an evil organization. It's ironic, but I feel like I'm the ironic one. Mia sneered as she quickly pulled her cloak tight, afraid that her beast form would be exposed. Similarly, she didn't want passers-by to see the collar on her neck. Ever since she felt the terrifying power of the necklace, she knew that it would be difficult for her to escape this tragic fate. So no matter what the other party wanted to do, she had to cooperate. Otherwise, she would immediately experience the feeling of living a life worse than death. Unfortunately, knowing was one thing, but many things couldn't be done just because one knew. Isn't this? She couldn't control the resentment in her heart as soon as she opened her mouth. Now, she was extremely regretful. She clenched her teeth and silently waited for the punishment to come. Andre stared at Catgirl's face and ears that were full of spots for a long time with great interest. Then he reached out to touch her soft fur and said with a smile, "Relax, you're too nervous. I'm not as scary as you think. You have to know that it's not easy to control an organization full of schemers and ambitious people. Many times, I have to perform well to satisfy them, even if that's not my intention." Mia obviously didn't expect Andre to be so amiable. She asked doubtfully, "Perform well? You mean to say that everything you did just now was just an act?" She couldn't believe it. Why did this guy who was emitting a chilling aura 10 minutes ago seem to be a different person? Which is his real personality? Ha 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 ha. Your question is very interesting. I remember someone once said that life itself is a great adventure, a drama full of twists and turns. It's just that it doesn't have a dress rehearsal, and every second is equivalent to a performance under the gaze of countless people. Since life is like that, why do you care so much about what's real and what's fake? Andre laughed and quibbled. He didn't know if it was because he was too nervous just now, but he really wanted to say something that could make him relax. Hence, he deliberately took the initiative to start a conversation. A show? It's easy to say. I really hope that my current state is a nightmare that will disappear when I wake up. Unfortunately, it's not a dream, but a cruel reality. I've lost the position that I've worked hard for many years, and at the same time, I've also lost my precious freedom. I've even become someone's pet. Do you think you can still ignore that? Perhaps because she knew that she couldn't resist, Mia allowed Lin Li to caress her face while she endured the strong humiliation in her heart. Her tone was full of mockery. In fact, as a proud cat descendant, she hated being treated like a pet cat. The anger in her eyes was almost tangible. However, Andre didn't care about the feline girl's murderous gaze. He continued to smile and asked, "Position? Freedom? Do you think it's possible to obtain these two things in the organization?" The shadow net is just like its name. It's a huge net, and anyone who falls into it is just a tool. When it's time to use them, do you think they can still live? Actually, you should thank me. Thank Carmen, who kicked you out, because she saved your life to a certain extent. Also, what's wrong with becoming a pet? Did you notice that many rich merchants and nobles have better lives than ordinary people? They don't have to run around all day to survive, and they don't have to suffer from hunger or cold. They only have to act spoiled when their owners return, and they can immediately get everything. The most important thing is that pets are protected by their owners. Perhaps it's fine if you kill an ordinary person with no background, but if you bully a pet, then the pet's owner can take revenge at any time. It had to be said that his fallacious reasoning was quite reasonable, especially in a world like the Oleal continent, where social class was very strict. Many noble families hunting dogs had a slightly higher status than servants. It was a common phenomenon to say that humans were inferior to dogs. There were even some precious pets that were worth thousands of gold tails that had a higher status than butlers. Chapter 5, 93. Mia was very smart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to climb to the position of a foot. Even if it was the weakest one, she heard a lot of implications from Andre's words. She quickly narrowed her eyes and asked in a low voice, "You mean, after the entire plan is completed, all the feet will be cleaned?" "Hee, this is merely your conjecture. I said that I would get rid of those who have lost their value, but who exactly is valuable and who isn't?" At this point, Anders suddenly stopped, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Chill. Even though she was no longer a foot, Mia still couldn't help but shiver. She finally understood that all the hard work she had put in over the years was nothing more than a joke in the eyes of this young man in front of her. Even the most powerful Uhtred was merely a chess piece that could be discarded at any time. There was no one in the world who was so important that they couldn't be replaced, as long as there were enough benefits. Even the most precious chess piece could be abandoned. The superiors would never be lenient because of past friendship. Mia, who had a deep understanding of the cruelty of society, suddenly laughed. She laughed so happily that tears couldn't help but flow down her cheeks. She didn't care about the strange gazes of the passers-by, and mocked herself with an almost deranged tone. So that's how it is. I was really an idiot in the past. I actually thought that as long as I did my best, I would be appreciated one day and climb to a higher position. Everything was just an illusion, a lie that played us in circles. That's right. Although it's a bit late for you to understand now, you are much stronger than those idiots who are still struggling in the quagmire. No matter what country or organization, the smart superiors would always create an illusion, making their subordinates and subjects mistakenly believe that they were the master of the country or organization, and then do their best for it. Little did they know that in the eyes of the superiors, they were just a group of fools, a group of production tools that sought profits for themselves. Nothing more. Under the premise that they didn't violate the bottom line, the superiors didn't mind treating them with a relatively gentle attitude. But once the bottom line was violated, they would immediately raise their butcher's knife, and all the disobedient fellows would be exterminated. It's clear that because the organization hasn't interfered in this area for too long, many people have developed ambitions that they shouldn't have. They're trying to obtain more things that are beyond the scope of their authority, especially Uhtred. He's actually planning to turn the Sardinia Islands into his private kingdom. Do you think I'll allow this to happen? Andre's tone was very calm, but he spoke of the essence of governance and tactics. As a smart person, he had long seen through the hypocritical masks of the so-called wise and powerful leaders that were promoted by countless media outlets in his previous life. Regardless of whether it was the East or the West, There was no difference in essence. They were all speaking for the huge interest groups behind them. In fact, from the moment humans walked out of the caves and began to establish civilization and classes, the essence of exploitation and exploitation had never changed. The pyramid-shaped structure of power also maintained its original appearance. The only change was due to the development of productivity and the accompanying progress of form and consciousness. It might sound complicated, but it was very simple to explain. Take the simplest example. In the beginning, everyone lived a life of eating raw meat and drinking blood. But with the invention of drilling wood to make fire, cooked food, which was more suitable for digestion, gradually replaced raw food. However, in the beginning, it was impossible for everyone to eat cooked food. Thus, they could only give priority to the leader, the magi, or the hunters, while the ordinary members could only continue to eat raw, bloody meat. In a way, this was the process of the birth of a class. As humans became more and more proficient in the use of fire, cooked food slowly became more and more popular. In the end, it developed to the point where even beggars knew how to make a fire and heat up the leftovers before eating them. Could it be that the privileged classes had become benevolent? Obviously not. This was because the use of fire had become simpler and cheaper. It was the inevitable result of the development of productivity to a certain extent. It was just like how the nobles of Uri disdained to eat hard black bread. Instead, they threw it to the serfs and tenants, while they ate soft white bread themselves. However, once famine broke out, they would immediately snatch the last crumbs from the hands of the serfs and tenants without hesitation. Mia's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. She then said in a tone that was a mix of fear and respect, "A terrifying monster, like you would definitely not allow any clowns to usurp your power. I can't imagine how you would know so many profound and complicated principles at your age. What's even more laughable is that so many people think that they've gotten a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Mia's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. They don't know that their actions are equivalent to stealing a dragon's treasure. It won't be long before they die under the dragon's claws and fangs. Ha 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 ha. You're actually comparing me to a dragon? Is this another form of praise? Andre asked in a half-joking tone. He completely didn't expect that his unintentional words would cause such a huge reaction from the other party. One had to know that even in her most desperate times, the feline girl had only maintained her silence and never submitted to anyone. However, now that she suddenly revealed a look of submission, it was truly inconceivable. Praise. Mia sneered, then shook her head lightly. All right, if you think it's a praise, then it's a praise. To be honest, I don't care about the lives of those fellows at all. Instead, I want to know why you're telling me all this. Could it be that I still have value that you haven't squeezed dry? After experiencing the setback of falling from the top to the bottom, she suddenly understood many principles. She understood that there was no such thing as unconditional love in the world, and there was no such thing as unconditional hatred. Normally speaking, she wouldn't have been able to hear the contents that involved secrets just now. Thus, she couldn't help but raise her guard, afraid that she would be tricked again. Looking at the other party's guarded expression, Andre couldn't help but sigh. He pointed at himself. What do you think of me? What do you mean? Mia stared with her cat-like eyes, clearly not understanding what the other party wanted to do. Andre smiled and spread out his hands. It's very simple. It's your opinion of me. For example, my personal strength, whether I have a future, what my character is like, and so on. Don't worry, just say it, no matter how unpleasant it is. I swear that I won't fly into a rage out of humiliation. Chapter 594. Mia stared at Andre suspiciously for a long time. After confirming that the other party wasn't joking, she said in a hesitant tone, "You are a terrifying schemer, a true wise man. Be it your mind or your methods, you are much stronger than that old fellow Uhtred. I don't know what your goal is, but it definitely isn't to overthrow the rule of the Pirate Alliance and the underground guilds. There must be a greater scheme hidden behind it. As for your character, perhaps you aren't a cruel and bloodthirsty pervert, but under your courteous appearance, you hide an incomparably cold heart. I have never doubted your future prospects, because a monster like you, as long as you can survive, you will one day grow into a frightening hunter like a dragon. It has always been you who treat others as prey. If others want to hunt you down, they are simply tired of living. Say it, after spending so much effort. What exactly do you want me to do? Due to her young age, Mia often wasn't that thorough when considering problems, but this didn't mean that she was stupid. On the contrary, to be able to catch Uhtred's eye and be promoted within a short few years, not only did her intelligence not hinder him, but it also played an additional role. In particular, she was perfectly competent in many infiltration tasks, which was why she could discern the subtext of the previous words with a single glance. Andre had never thought of concealing his thoughts. He nodded with a magnanimous smile. Your senses are very sharp, and your mind is very clear. If you could have maintained this state during the meeting just now, you wouldn't have been taken advantage of by others. But, regrettably, perhaps the beastly energy in your body has affected your character. Most of the time, you are like a kitten, easily frightened and stimulated, always uncontrollably overreacting. It had to be said that this was a very fatal weakness. David magnified this weakness to make his plot succeed, but he clearly didn't expect that he was also an idiot who was used by others. Therefore, the biggest winner was actually that woman called Carmen. Her grasp of her heart was simply amazing, so losing to her wasn't an injustice. Of course, these are my views on you. Now that we have a deeper understanding of each other, I believe that the following conversation should be much easier. Since you think I have a bright future, if I invite you to join my camp, would you be willing? Note that my faction isn't the same as ShadowNet. In other words, you need to be loyal to me and not some random organization. How about it? Are you interested? Are you inviting me? Mia's face was filled with disbelief. After all, she was now Andre's pet. No matter what he asked her to do, she couldn't refuse. At the very least, she couldn't do it under the restraint of the magical collar. So, theoretically speaking, he didn't have to think too much about it. All he had to do was give the order directly. That's right. I'm inviting you, and it's a serious invitation. Please think carefully before you answer. Andre stopped smiling, and his eyes were full of seriousness. To be honest, when he left the mercenary group headquarters, he didn't know what to do with this dangerous and cute feline girl. Obviously, it would be too much of a pity to kill him directly. Moreover, there was no unresolvable hatred between the two sides. There was no need for them to fight to the death. However, he definitely couldn't keep him by his side. After all, he had too many secrets, under the premise that he couldn't guarantee his loyalty. If he revealed it, it would very likely attract unnecessary trouble. After thinking about it, Andre suddenly felt that perhaps he could imitate the way he interacted with Eunice and try to recruit him first. If it didn't work, then he would think of other plans. Mia was tempted. She could tell that he wasn't teasing her, and it wasn't on a whim. Most importantly, she didn't want to be a pet for the rest of her life. In just a few seconds, her heartbeat and breathing sped up by 3 times. A faint blush appeared on her face that was full of spots and fluffy fur. The cat claws hidden under the cloak kept twitching, and she looked as if she was drunk. As the two of them were very close to each other, Andre could easily feel the changes in the other party's emotions. He didn't rush him, but instead stretched out his hand and said in a low voice, "Don't be hasty. You have enough time to think about it. If you agree to join, then shake my hand." If you don't, then pat my palm. Lastly, let me remind you that this is a chance to decide your fate. Once you choose, you can't change it. Perhaps I'm not a person who likes to kill, but if anyone betrays me, then they will quickly realize what a terrible mistake they have made. There's no need to think about it. I agree. He didn't know if Mia had really thought it through, or if she was in a hurry to get out of this awkward situation. In any case, when Andre reacted, the hand he stretched out was instantly grasped tightly by a furry paw. Have you really decided? Andre looked into her eyes and asked. Mia smiled calmly and asked in return, Do I have any other choice? Without a doubt, there wasn't a need for too many words in a conversation between smart people. Sometimes a few words or even a look or an action could clearly express a lot of things. Very obviously, as the two of them held hands, their relationship became much more intimate. Some of the things that were inconvenient to say and questions that were raised could now be raised without worry. Welcome to the team. I have to say that your decisiveness leaves a deep impression. Andre was the first to open his mouth and praise. This wasn't a hypocritical compliment, but a sincere admiration for the cat girl's courage. After all, not everyone could make up their mind so quickly. Thank you. Can I deactivate my beast form now? Mia thanked him politely and immediately raised the question she was most concerned about. As a cat girl, she was well aware of how dangerous it was to be in beast form on the streets of Valen City. As soon as she was discovered, she could immediately become a target for the underground guilds. Andre didn't even think about it and directly nodded, Of course, that's the right and freedom you deserve. But remember, from this moment onwards, you're officially severing all ties with the Shadow Web. Without my permission, you're not allowed to have any contact with them, and you're not allowed to settle any personal grudges. You understand? Chapter 5, 95. After getting Andre's permission, the spots, fur, tail, and claws on Mia's body quickly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, she returned to her girl-next-door appearance, especially the skin that was exposed under the leather clothes that had been torn apart by the rapier, which added a special allure to her appearance. However, she was obviously not willing to let go of her hatred. She quickly raised her head and asked with gritted teeth, Didn't you plan to get rid of them after the plan is completed? Can't I take revenge with you? As everyone knew, cats were very vengeful animals. Even their owners would sometimes be scratched if they were not careful. Therefore, many cat people with similar personalities also liked to take revenge on their enemies. They would not stop until their enemies were completely crippled. Obviously, Mia had not forgotten the humiliation she had just suffered, especially the collar on her neck that could not be removed. It constantly reminded her who made her end up like this. Looking at the cat girl's resentful eyes, Andre smiled and shook his head. Unfortunately, I can't. Because you are someone who can't control your emotions, I have to cut off all such thoughts for safety's sake. Otherwise, it might have a serious impact on the whole plan. Perhaps you still don't know, but I hate accidents and unstable factors the most. If you dare to act on your own, then, speaking of this, his eyes suddenly became sharp. At the same time, he reached out his hand and gently fiddled with the bell on the cat girl's neck. The hidden threat was self-evident. As a person who believed in an eye for an eye, he could understand her strong desire for revenge. After all, if he had suffered such a huge loss, he would have made his enemy pay 10 times the price. However, Mia's personality was too unpredictable. She was like a bomb that could explode at any time. It was hard to predict when she would lose control. Before Andre completely understood her behavior pattern, he would definitely not give her too much trust. As for acting on her own, that would be even more impossible. Damn it! Mia cursed softly. She suddenly remembered that there was still a deadly thing on her body. As long as the magical power of the collar did not disappear, she would never be able to really defy the will of this young man in front of her. Seeing that Mia's expression was getting worse and worse, Andre smiled faintly. He said softly, "Seems like you have understood the seriousness of the consequences. I believe you will choose to control yourself, right? I swear on my soul, I will definitely obey all your orders. Can you take this thing off now?" It made me feel humiliated and distrusted. Mia yelled angrily as she tugged at the collar around her neck. "Sorry, you should know that this thing was taken out by Uhtred. As far as I know, unless the wearer dies, it can't be taken off." Andre spread out his hands and replied innocently. Of course, if he could cover up the slight curl of his lips, it would add a lot of credibility. In fact, as a level 9 mage, he had enough methods to destroy a magical item. Generally speaking, as long as it was not a legendary item or a divine weapon, it could be destroyed through specific rituals or arcane spells. Although the success rate was not 100%, as long as he tried a few times, he would succeed. However, it was obvious that Andre would not take the initiative to destroy the magical collar. On one hand, he did not want to destroy this interesting little thing. On the other hand, the feline girl had not really corrected her attitude yet. After all, the reason why Eunice could win complete trust was because she took the initiative to swear that she would never betray him. However, Mia still did not have the slightest intention to express her stance. Without a doubt, she was planning to drag it out as long as she could. Mia was not a fool. She immediately sensed that Andre's smile was full of ridicule. She hurriedly avoided his gaze, took a deep breath, and sighed regretfully. "Sigh, all right, since you can't do anything about it, then let's forget about it. But you should at least tell me your name, right? I still don't know your name." Hearing this sentence that was obviously a diversion, Andre immediately understood that Mia was guilty. A hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes, and he said in a meaningful tone, "You can call me Gond first. Of course, this is a fake name. I will only know your real name after your performance satisfies me. After all, trust is mutual. Whether you are willing or not, you have to pay some price. Otherwise, how would others know if you are sincere? Is it loyalty? I can trust you, but it will take some time for us to understand each other. I have been betrayed too many times, so..." Mia tried her best to defend herself, but before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Andre. "You don't have to explain, and you don't have to be afraid. I will give you enough time, and at the same time, give you a certain degree of trust. But please remember, I am not that little rat man who can be fooled by you, and I am not someone who can be deceived at will. Once I find out that you have done something that makes me unhappy..." At this point, Andre suddenly paused. His gaze stopped on the feline girl's well-developed chest and the mysterious triangle below her waist, and a cold and evil smile appeared on his face. "Don't forget that you are a woman, a beautiful woman, who can transform into a feline. Death is not the most terrifying thing when dealing with a woman like you. I have many ways to make you feel like you are better off dead. So, don't try to challenge my bottom line. That is not good for you or me." Under the gaze of the pair of silver eyes, Mia immediately shuddered. She quickly pulled the cloak tightly to cover her exposed body and bit her lower lip hard. Without a doubt, she really felt fear this time, and she had no doubt that the consequences would be 10 times worse than death if she were to anger Gond one day. Seeing that the threat was effective, Andre immediately nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Seems like you have understood what I meant. Don't be afraid. I am actually very easy to get along with, especially to beautiful women. Most of the time, I am willing to be polite. Let's go. There are only about 8 hours left before the sky turns dark. Let me bring you to change into a clean set of clothes, have something to eat, and then prepare for tonight's operation." After saying that, he walked toward a clothing store not far away without looking back. As for Mia, she was like an obedient kitten, obediently following behind, trying not to attract Andre's attention as much as possible. Chapter 596. In fact, the reason why Mia was so fearful was because of the shadow of her childhood. As a girl who had been groomed as a virgin prostitute, she had personally witnessed her companions, who were a few years older than her, being forcefully violated by disgusting men. In the end, they had a nervous breakdown and turned into walking corpses. She had almost become one of them. However, she was luckier than those ordinary girls. That night happened to be a full moon, and the cat-human power in her body suddenly awakened. Relying on her sharp claws and teeth, she killed the smuggler who tried to rape her. Then, she took all of his belongings and directly escaped from the tiger's den. Although Mia was later chosen by Uhtred and received strict assassin training, the shadow in her heart didn't weaken at all. Instead, it grew stronger. So when Andre revealed his intentions in this regard, she instantly exposed her most vulnerable side. As the saying went, everyone in the world had a weakness. Even gods were no exception. As long as one could grasp and exploit the opponent's weakness, one could gain an advantage no matter how powerful they were. Although Andre didn't know Mia's weakness, he could feel that his threat had indeed played an unexpected role. So, he didn't keep a straight face along the way. Instead, he put on a friendly expression. Outsiders who didn't know him would think that he was a young man shopping with his girlfriend. Only the two of them knew how complicated the relationship between them was. They were probing each other, guarding against each other, and at the same time trying to establish a relationship of trust. It must be known that trust between people couldn't be established overnight. It required time, a specific external environment, and a combination of interests. It was almost impossible for the situation in some literary works where two people could live and die together after knowing each other for a short time to appear in the real world. Perhaps because Andre spent all his thoughts on how to create a relatively harmonious atmosphere, he didn't notice that there was a blue translucent eye watching him from the sky. This is the person mentioned in the prophecy of the Empire's greatest prophet, Emmanuel, the master recognized by the arcane eye, the key that will open the door of truth. On the other side of the eye connection, a man in a gorgeous dark red robe asked, in a low voice. He looked to be around 30 years old and was about 6'1", 7 meters tall. His entire body was emitting a dazzling, magical aura. Almost all of his accessories were powerful magical items. What was even more terrifying was the man himself. The primal magical energy that had always been known for being wild and uncontrollable had, under his careless manipulation, formed invisible walls of energy in all directions. Now, even if a raging rhinoceros were to charge over, it would be crushed into minced meat in an instant. Such precise and frightening power, without a doubt, could only be achieved by a legendary mage. Standing not far away from the man, a lich wearing a luxurious robe inlaid with gold threads and gems suddenly laughed and replied, "Hee hee, that's right. Walter, old friend, are you surprised?" To be honest, I was also very surprised when I first met him. You have to know that he was only a mere level 7 mage at that time, but he dared to talk to me face to face. Even my disciple Loretta Botons couldn't do that. This good-for-nothing fellow didn't even have the courage to look me in the eye. I don't know when he will truly mature. Of course, the most important thing is that he has a mind that is not bound by rules and regulations. He is always full of all kinds of strange ideas. Perhaps the truth is just like what the prophecy said, that he can bring about an unprecedented revolution to arcane magic and restore the glory of the great magic civilization. You have to know that us old fellows who survived the last war of the gods rebuilt the Wildest Council and formed the secret intelligence organization, Shadow Web. Isn't it all for the sake of making a comeback one day and making the gods pay for what they have done? It was obvious that this lich was none other than the mastermind behind the dangerous game that Andre had forced him to participate in the underground ruins not long ago. The legendary mage called Walter sized up the ignorant Andre with a scrutinizing gaze. After a full minute, he nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, his way of thinking is completely different from the people of our world, especially the blurred line between good and evil. It's as if he shows an obvious inclination towards evil in 1 second and then instantly changes to the good side in the next second. Could it be related to the world he came from? Speaking of this, Walter turned around and stared at his old friend with a doubtful gaze. Unfortunately, I don't know. The lich spread his hands helplessly. You don't know? Didn't you try to locate his soul? The birth of every soul is definitely related to the world it was born in. As long as you use legendary positioning, you will definitely be able to find out where he came from. Damn it, you actually wasted such a good research opportunity. Walter appeared to be very irritable. To be precise, he was furious, if not for the fact that he had been friends with the lich for thousands of years. He might have started cursing. To mages, especially legendary mages, every new research topic and discovery was enough to make them go wild with joy. That was because it meant that they had taken another step on the path to the eternal truth. Almost no one could resist such a temptation. The lich shook his head with a bitter smile and explained, "Do you think I haven't tried to locate him? Not only have I tried, I've tried countless times, but I've been blocked by an unknown force in the end. The world he came from doesn't welcome any supernatural forces, nor does it have any magical energy. That's why the spells we're so proud of can't locate him, and it's even more impossible to open a portal between planes." What? No magical energy? Is there any known plane in the multiverse that doesn't have magical energy? Even if it's a non-magical area, there should still be some energy reaction, right? Walter's eyes widened in shock, his face full of disbelief. The two cold glints in the lich's eye sockets flickered, and he quickly shook his head. As far as I know, there isn't. So there's only one answer left, and that is that he came from a universe with completely different rules from ours. It's a treasure trove that contains countless knowledge that we're not familiar with. This also explains why he always has so many strange ideas. Completely different knowledge from another universe. Just thinking about it makes me excited. If he hadn't been acknowledged by the Arcane, I wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to extract all the knowledge from his memories. Chapter 597. Ha 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 ha. Looks like we have the same idea. But don't worry, old friend. The Arcane Eye is one of the Empire's ultimate plans. The owner who has been recognized by it will walk the same path as us one day. If he wants to uncover the secrets of the eternal truth, he is destined to be an enemy of the gods. I look forward to that day. When that day comes, he will have no other choice but to join the council. Walter laughed out loud as he spoke his thoughts, not holding anything back at all. As a mage, a legendary mage, who had mastered the ultimate power of arcane spells, he understood the desire for knowledge better than anyone else. It could be said that as long as one crossed the threshold of legendary, it would not take long for them to experience the suppression of the gods. If they wanted to advance further, they would have to be prepared to be enemies with them. The lich sighed deeply. Yes, the end of the path of magic is the gods. They are like a solid wall that blocks the only way to the top. Back then, we made countless preparations to push this wall open and see the eternal truth, but we ended up badly injured. Many of our ultimate plans failed before we could use them. However, that failure wasn't meaningless. At the very least, we understood the nature of the gods, as well as the weaknesses and fears that they desperately tried to hide. Furthermore, the Empire's several ultimate plans weren't completely destroyed. The mystical eye and the terrifying creature that was summoned from the endless void were successfully preserved. When the time was right, they would sound the death knell for the gods. All right, I already know why you asked me to come here today. I also know that the Arcane eye is not lost. I will use the fastest speed to convey this news to every council member. I believe they will make a wise choice. Don't worry if anyone dares to. Before Walter could finish, the Lich let out a chilling laugh. He 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 he. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to attack the owner of the Arcane, I will soon hear the name of the undying king, Absalom Blackburn. I have 10,000 ways to make his soul suffer endless pain, until it completely collapses. Ha ha ha. Well said. This world has forgotten about us for too long. Perhaps it's time to make a sound and let them know the return of the great Wildis Council. Don't worry and do it boldly. All the counselors will support you without hesitation. With that, Walter laughed and patted the Lich's shoulder. Then he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A teleportation portal to an unknown destination opened instantly. He went in directly and disappeared with a blinding white light. The Lich who claimed to be the king of undead, Absalom Blackburn, turned his gaze back to Andre, who was having his lunch as he muttered to himself, "That's right. It seems that your performance is much better than I expected. Not only did losing your power as a mage not cause any negative effects, you even relied on your courage and wisdom to stand out in this chaotic situation. I'm afraid that even Uhtred won't be able to stop your progress. But this won't help me train. Maybe I should increase the difficulty of the game a little. For example, we can reveal some information to Captain Casimircus of the Devil and let him know that the thief who stole his belongings is under the protection of this young man. I believe that this guy who has close ties with the demons of hell will definitely be able to create some surprises, right? My dear mentor." As a neutral voice sounded, a man in a blue cloak walked out from the darkness. His steps were graceful and light. His body looked slimmer and thinner than most people, especially the slightly pointed ears hidden under his long brown hair. He was obviously a half-elf. "Orlando Watts, you're finally back, and you've even crossed the threshold of level 19? The Lich asked in surprise. As a veteran legendary mage, he could easily sense that the aura emitted by his disciple was completely different from before, especially the faint influence on the original magical energy. This was something that could only be done by a mage who had crossed over level 20. The half-elf bowed deeply and replied with a smile, "Yes, mentor. After this long journey, I've finally understood my own magical domain. This time, I've returned to ask you about the problems of legendary spells." After hearing this, Absalom immediately laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha! Of course. Of course I'll teach you how to create your own legendary spell. Congratulations, my dear chief apprentice. After so many years, I thought you'd never cross the threshold of legendary, but you've given me a pleasant surprise. But before that, you'll have to run an errand for me." "No problem. It'll be my pleasure. Just like what you've taught me before, there's a reward for everything, and there's only victory with sacrifice. I'm ready. Please give me your orders." Orlando stroked his long hair, his handsome face brimming with maturity and confidence. Seeing his disciple's state of mind, the Lich nodded in satisfaction. "Your mission is simple. First, do as I said and leak the information to Casimircus. Assist him in summoning a mid-level demon. Chain demon, Reaper demon, or Lustful demon are fine, but be careful not to exceed Anzu demon. Next, help this young man called Andre remove the unstable state on his body and allow him to recover his abilities as a mage. Next, give the list of all the shadow webs in Valen City to the leader of the rat men, Bernie. Finally, you'll be in charge of monitoring the entire process. Don't let the situation get out of control, especially not let this young man die. Orlando glanced at Andre in the magical image and raised his eyebrows. Who is he? A new apprentice? You've spent so much effort on him. You must know that when I was an apprentice, you threw me into a dimensional maze and ignored me. There were a few times when I almost lost my life. No, he's not my apprentice. On the contrary, he's Loretta Botan's opponent, a true genius. I'm sure you'll discover this after observing him for a while. All right, don't ask too much. Before you've truly developed your own legendary spell, there are some things you can't know, or you'll be in big trouble. Also, give this book to him, and don't reveal your identity. Saying this, Absalom took out a worn-out and moldy book and waved his hand, indicating that his disciple could leave. The half-elf clearly knew the Lich's temper and didn't ask any more questions. He merely bowed and disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 598, Swords and Magic, Conspiracy and Turmoil, Slaughter and Death, Sacrifice and Revenge. All of these formed the eternal theme of Oriar for tens of thousands of years. From the gods to the mortals, it was as if they had fallen into an endless cycle of death. Although many people desperately wanted to jump out, there were even more who could not wait to jump in. Even if countless races that had once been glorious were wiped out, it could not stop the greedy and selfish nature of intelligent creatures. Perhaps it was just as a scholar had lamented. From the moment the monster of intelligence was born, it was like a black hole constantly devouring everything around it. Unless all intelligent creatures were wiped out, the disputes would never be settled. Of course, this sentence might have a slight anti-intellectualism tendency, but it described a universal fact, and that was the relationship between positions and contradictions. After all, this world was not like Earth, where there were gray areas as far as the eye could see. There was evil and kindness, and chaos and order. The boundaries between them were so blurred, and the manifestations of human nature were more complicated. To a certain extent, the manifestations of Oriar were purer. Almost everyone had a clear camp, whether it was good, evil, chaos, order, or neutral. Even the gods were no exception. The whole world revolved around the conflicts between the camps, as if there was an invisible hand that kept the two sides in balance at all times. If one side started to have an absolute advantage, a child of destiny would immediately appear from an unknown corner and start a massacre, forcing the side that had the advantage to return to the starting line. It had to be said that this phenomenon was very strange, so strange that Andre, a transmigrator, could not understand it. In particular, the main character recorded in the book in his hand had such great power and completely had the opportunity to unify the continent. But why did he suddenly disappear without a trace? As a typical conspiracy theorist, he felt that things like coincidences could happen once, twice, thrice, or even 10 times, and it could be considered normal. However, for it to happen dozens or hundreds of times consecutively, there was no doubt that there was some kind of mysterious force controlling it. Moreover, this force was very powerful, so powerful that even the gods could not do anything about it. Mia swallowed the caviar in her mouth, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and asked curiously, "You're still reading that old book you just bought from the beggar?" Andre closed the mildewed and rotten parchment book and nodded with a smile. "Yes, it is a very interesting book. It tells about the life of a legendary emperor in the distant north. At the same time, it also reveals an interesting phenomenon to me. Why is it that in the land we live in, the battle between good and evil has lasted for tens of thousands of years, but there has never been a winner? Mia shrugged nonchalantly. Isn't that simple? You can find any kid on the street, and you'll get the answer. They're heroes and adventurers. Every time there was a crisis, there would always be a group of idiots who didn't know what was good for them. Perhaps they had average combat strength, or perhaps they were just scammers. But by chance, they would do things that others couldn't. They would immediately be bragged about by the nobles and bards. As for the dead idiots, they wouldn't even mention a word about them. By the way, who is the emperor in this book? Is he very famous? He is indeed very famous. He is the founding emperor of the ancient empire in the north, Claudius Bardine. According to legends, he has terrifying spells that can easily destroy a city. Even his mount is a giant dragon that stands at the top of the food chain. All the cities and villages in the north tremble under his brutal rule. No one dares to say a word against him, let alone resist. André gave a concise introduction of the characters recorded in the book. This was not the first time he had heard of this name. Back when he was in Lonely Mountain Town, he had heard the town talk about the story of the winter tyrant Claudian Bardine. Some elders even used his name to scare disobedient children. In the ancient legends, it was this emperor who unified the entire north and established the huge Sibir Empire. Later on, the Cantero Kingdom, the Bomia Kingdom, the Sali Kingdom, the Reading Road Duchy, and so on all split off from this foundation. This was especially so for the three kingdoms of Cantero, Bomia, and Sali. They would often break out in wars for legitimacy. Whoever won the final victory would be crowned as the Emperor of Sibir for a period of time. At the same time, they would control the surrounding small countries and become the leader of the alliance or an overlord. Although the Cantero Kingdom had a powerful knight group, due to the severe cold, their food production was too low to support a protracted tug-of-war. Therefore, they never won the crown. On the contrary, the Bomia and Sali kingdoms in the south took turns to be elected and were all extremely wealthy. Wow, he sounds very powerful. What happened to him in the end? Mia, who grew up in the south, had obviously never heard of the name of the winter tyrant. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. Unfortunately, he did not have a good ending. When he was about to conquer the enemy's last city, for some reason, he suddenly led his army to the north and went to the polar region where the snow never melted. He never showed up again, and the empire he built fell apart in just a few years. However, some people said that he left behind a prophecy before he left. The general content was, when the winter child once again soars in the sky, the entire north will usher in a terrible disaster. The evil left behind from ancient times will once again awaken, bringing slaughter and destruction to mankind. At this point, André suddenly paused. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He suddenly realized that this prophecy was extremely similar to a dream he had some time ago. What was the winter child referring to? What was the evil left behind from ancient times? And what did the so-called upcoming great prophecy have to do with him? Most importantly, who was that beggar just now? Why would he sell him such a book? Putting everything together, André suddenly felt an unprecedented fear. He knew that some very terrible things were slowly unfolding around him. Was it fate or a huge conspiracy? Along with bursts of cold sweat, he no longer had the mood to chat. He immediately said to the cat girl sitting opposite him, "Are you done eating? If you are, let's go. I'm a little tired and want to go back early to rest. After all, there are still important activities tonight." Chapter 599. Of course. I'll listen to you. Mia could clearly see the change in André's mood. She immediately stuffed all the caviar on the plate into her mouth, put down the spoon, and stood up. Even though she didn't know what had happened, she could guess from the other party's expression that it wasn't a trivial matter. Soon after paying the bill, André left the restaurant without another word, heading straight for the old warehouse. He urgently needed a quiet place to think, so he disappeared at the end of the street in the blink of an eye. Just as the two of them turned the corner and entered the lower city, a beggar dressed in rags came out from the corner and smiled as he muttered to himself, "Not bad. You're really worthy of being praised by your mentor as a genius. You can actually discover the problem so quickly. But I'm also a bit curious as to what secrets are hidden in the story of the Winter Tyrant for my mentor to mobilize so many people. Forget it. Now isn't the time to dwell on this. Let's finish the setup before he can react. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that there won't be any accidents." As the last word fell, the beggar suddenly underwent a shocking transformation. His originally stooped body quickly grew taller, and his tattered clothes turned into a luxurious purple robe. Two slightly pointed ears slowly appeared. This was the half-elf great wizard. No, perhaps he should be called the quasi-legendary wizard now, Orlando Watts. Ever since he'd accepted the mission from the Lich, he'd immediately cast a teleportation spell and arrived in this foul city. He disguised himself as a beggar and quietly handed the book to Andre. At the same time, he'd silently cast an arcane spell that could calm the agitated magical energy. In a few hours, Andre would feel the balance in his body slowly recover. As a spellcaster with half a foot in the legendary realm, it was simply too easy for Orlando to hide his identity. As long as he was willing, he could transform into any race or individual in the world. Not to mention humans, even animals, plants, or tools wouldn't be a problem. But in order to observe the person the Lich was focusing on closely, he'd chosen to transform into the most inconspicuous beggar, successfully deceiving the extremely vigilant Andre. After all, there were simply too many beggars in Valen City. No one would care if there was one more or one less. If it wasn't for the book's contents, they would probably still be in the dark. As someone who had once wielded the Shadow Web Authority in place of his mentor, Orlando knew the situation in the Sardinia Islands like the back of his hand. Even though he had traveled through planes for a long time, he easily found the location of the demon in human skin, Casimir Kiz, in the castle at the highest point of the city through the power of arcane magic. The security that was extremely strict to ordinary people was completely useless in front of Orlando. It was as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. He walked in from the main entrance openly. Not only did the dozen or so fully armed pirates not stop him, they even took the initiative to open the door for him. Without a doubt, they were all under the influence or control of some unknown magic and were completely unaware of what they were doing. It was not just them. Everyone Orlando met along the way seemed to be affected. They either ignored him or greeted him with a smile, as if he was an old friend they had not seen for many years. The situation was so strange that it was hard to believe. This was the power of a top spellcaster. Even the Pirate Alliance, which was known for their ferocity, was only a slightly more troublesome chess piece in their eyes. They were essentially no different from ordinary people. Walking with the graceful steps unique to elves, Orlando soon arrived at the door of a secluded room on the second floor. However, he didn't choose to knock on the door. Instead, he turned his physical body into a transparent soul state and directly passed through the thick wooden door, entering the room. Casimir Kiz was currently staring blankly at a yellowed piece of parchment, not noticing at all that there was a pair of eyes watching him from behind. A few seconds later, the parchment suddenly burst into flames without any warning. The black ashes drifted with the wind and slowly fell onto the table, revealing a map that was both right and wrong. He hurriedly and carefully checked it over and over again. After a full minute, he fiercely slammed the table and cursed in a low voice, "Damn it, I failed again. If I catch the thief who stole the jewels of hell, I'll definitely pull out her soul and sacrifice it to the great Count Namuku. Don't waste your energy. The probability of finding a believer who is protected and loved by the halfling god of thieves, Brando, with this inferior divination method is almost negligible. Orlando, who had been watching from the side for a long time, couldn't stand such a lousy divination and reminded him. As soon as he spoke, Casimir jumped up in fright. He quickly pulled out a dagger for self-defense and searched every corner of the room with his eyes wide open. At the same time, he asked sternly, "Who is it who was talking just now? Get out here right now. If you don't come out, I'll call for help." "Ha ha ha ha. I didn't expect that after so many years, you haven't changed at all. You're still as cautious and suspicious as before." As he spoke, Orlando removed the spell on his body and appeared in front of the other party out of thin air. He had a faint smile on his face and didn't care about the weapon that was less than 2 centimeters away from him. He sat directly on the chair, as if it was just a toy and not a weapon that could take a person's life. It's you. How is this possible? Aren't you already dead?" After seeing the half-elf's appearance clearly, Casimir was so shocked that he couldn't control himself. Even his voice began to tremble. He would never forget that stormy night 30 years ago. It was this man in front of him who used his terrifying strength to destroy the strongest pirate ship at that time, the Transcendence. 500 members, including the captain, were all killed in battle. Only he, a lowly slave locked in the lowest level of the deck, survived by luck and witnessed the bloody scene that followed with his own eyes. But fortunately, there was an accident in the following ceremony. He saw with his own eyes that the other party was torn to pieces by an indescribable energy storm. It was also on that day that he signed a contract with the summoned Great Devil, the Count of Hell, Namuku, to collect the souls of mortals in the material world in exchange for territorial rewards, such as a longer lifespan, greater power, rare magic items, and so on. In short, as long as he could sacrifice enough souls, even becoming a king was not impossible. Chapter 600. As someone who had a deep understanding of the supernatural system, Casimir was fully aware of the other party's strength. It was definitely not something a dabbler like him could compare to. He was even more aware that a spellcaster who had the ability to summon a great devil in the material world would not be able to harm a single hair on the other party even if all the pirates in the castle were to join forces. Thus, he chose not to act rashly. Looking at the other party's eyes that were filled with terror and fear, the corners of Orlando's mouth curled up into a playful smile. "Die? Ha! I have to say that you're really naive and cute. Do you really think that a spell cast by a great devil's projection can kill a spellcaster who has mastered a level 9 arcane spell like me? No, my dear friend. Even if his main body passed through the plane channel and descended to the material world, he would at most be able to fight me to a draw. Moreover, as a high-ranked wizard, even if I were to be killed once or twice, so what? I have at least 10 methods to revive myself. That summoning was only a part of my huge experiment. After obtaining the precious data, there was naturally no need to stay in the same place and face the wrath of a great devil. Thus, retreating became an inevitable choice. And not only did you sign a contract that was very beneficial to you, you even got rid of your slave status and became a famous captain among the pirates. To be honest, I was slightly surprised when I discovered this, but after secretly observing for a period of time, I suddenly felt that your potential was not bad. You should be able to become a very useful chess piece, so I used the resources at hand to give you some help. Otherwise, how do you think you were able to sacrifice so many souls in just a few years? All right, don't be so nervous. Relax a little. I'm not here to collect a debt, but to give you a free piece of information. Information? What information? Casimir had long been completely overwhelmed by the aura of the half-elf great wizard. In addition to the words just now, he felt a chill run down his spine. His mind was in a mess, and he subconsciously asked this question. Seeing the other party scared out of his wits, Orlando laughed inwardly. However, he still patiently replied, "Of course it's the news that you're most eager to get. You must know that the reason why you're able to maintain contact with Hell is all because of that Hell's jewel. Once Count Namuku finds out that the jewel has been lost, guess if he'll fly into a rage and directly pull your soul out, throwing you into an interrogation room in his territory to be tortured for several hundred years?" As everyone knew, although demons were creatures of order, their nature was still evil, selfish, cruel, and cunning. Perhaps they were willing to abide by the contract they had signed, but this did not mean that they were benevolent. A magical item that could connect the material world, and Hell was a rare treasure even for a greater demon. If his subordinates dared to lose it, they would probably not be able to escape the terrifying punishment, even if they died. After all, the devil's subordinates were either the devil or people who had signed a soul contract with the devil. After their death, their souls would not go to the soul world or the kingdom of death. Instead, they would be directly sent to Hell, and then, according to the brand, they would be assigned to the Lord under the contract. Fear, true fear, that came from the depths of the soul. At the thought of his soul being hung on the scaffolding and being tortured by the lustful demons, Casimir was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He immediately shuddered and muttered to himself, "No, I don't want to enter Hell's interrogation room. I will definitely be able to find that damned thief before the next sacrificial deadline." Perhaps it was to vent his emotions. He even specially brandished his dagger and stabbed it into the table. His two bloodshot eyes released a red light that symbolized evil. As a successful devil's agent, he had already received many rewards through the sacrifice of his soul. Among them were the strength that surpassed the physical body of a mortal, and at the same time, many spell-like abilities. Thus, he was confident that as long as he could find traces of Portia, he would definitely not let her escape again. "Ha ha ha ha. I admire your confidence, but I hope that you can continue to maintain this confidence after hearing who is protecting that thief." Orlando laughed and teased. In this half-elf's opinion, with Casimir's current strength, it was impossible for him to pose any threat to Andre, who had recovered his powers as a wizard. The latter could even toy with him in the palm of his hand with his intelligence alone. Of course, the effect would be completely different if a mid-ranked devil was summoned from Hell. Who is it in Valen City? Who dares to protect a thief who is wanted by me? Casimir instantly let out an angry roar when he heard that someone was protecting Portia. His fear of the tortures of Hell made him temporarily forget the terror of this cultured and refined half-elf wizard in front of him. A sinister expression appeared on his devilishly charming face. With the self-restraint that Orlando had accumulated over the years, he naturally wouldn't care about such a small offense. He merely curled his lips in disdain and asked in an emotionless tone, "You want to fight against a talented young wizard by yourself? Don't joke around. With his strength and intelligence, you won't even have the chance to make a move. But in order to make this game more exciting and fun, I can give you some help. At the very least, I can guarantee that you won't lose too miserably." As soon as he finished speaking, a palm-sized parchment filled with complicated runes suddenly appeared in his hand. "Here, this is a scroll that records the 7th rank arcane spell, Otherworld Summoning. In order to guarantee that you'll be able to find a qualified helper, I've already made some special modifications to ensure that it connects to the 9 hells. I believe that with your identity as a devil's agent, you'll be able to get along well with the devils, right?" Casimir's eyes flickered with an uncertain light as he carefully received the scroll after half a minute. He then asked in a low voice, "Why? Why are you helping me?" "Why? Ha 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 ha." Orlando laughed loudly without warning. He then extended a finger and waved it lightly in front of Casimir's face. "No, no, no. Please don't misunderstand. I'm just completing a quest. I'm not helping you. To put it simply, you're just one of the chess pieces in this game. And you're not even the most important one. So, try your best. If you can please me, I can consider letting you live after the game is over. Enough with the nonsense. I still have other chess pieces to set up. Remember, your target lives in the old warehouse in Sargasso Alley. It should be easy to find. Chapter 601. As the last syllable left the half-elf mage's mouth, his entire body rapidly turned into nothingness, transparent, and finally dissipated into thin air. Looking at the empty chair, Casimir did not dare to breathe for a long time. Only when he was sure that the other party had really left did he open his mouth and take a deep breath. His face revealed a vicious expression, and at the same time, he let out a cold laugh. He. I never thought that there would be a day when I would become someone's chess piece. But it doesn't matter. A chess piece has its dignity. No matter who is protecting that little thief, he will have to pay the price for his actions. I will let him know the terrifying consequences of angering a devil's agent. After making up his mind, he unfurled the scroll and quickly activated the spell stored within. In the blink of an eye, countless mysterious red runes appeared in the air and spun rapidly. From afar, it looked like a huge whirlpool, and on the other side of the whirlpool was a region of scorching hot lava. The terrifying heat even melted the rocks. However, in such a harsh environment, a devil with chains hanging from his body was wandering around. He was at least 2 meters tall, and just his appearance alone was terrifying. The end of the chains was filled with dangerous weapons such as sharp blades, meteor hammers, spiked clubs, hooks, and so on. Even if one didn't die after being struck down, they would be heavily injured. Casimir, who often came into contact with devils, immediately recognized that this was a chained devil that was ranked in the middle of hell. He was extremely adept at close combat and was a first-rate character that charged and broke through enemy lines. Furthermore, devils had muscles that were as tough as armor and resistant skin. Even warriors above rank 10 would be a match for him. However, Casimir wasn't satisfied with wasting this precious opportunity to summon a hired thug. He wanted to find a more powerful target, at least a lustful devil or a harvester devil. Not only could the former fight head-on, but they could also work as advisors. Many mortals would be willing to offer their souls just by looking at their beautiful appearances. There was no need to talk about the latter. They could use their innate ability to disguise themselves as ordinary people, making them perfect spies. In fact, Casimir wasn't stupid at all. After receiving the half-elf mage's warning, he didn't have any intention of fighting head-on. One had to know that he was the representative of the great devil. According to the devil's way of doing things, if he didn't play some tricks, he would be ridiculed once his peers found out. As the race that was best at playing dirty tricks in the entire multiverse, the number of people who had been toyed to death by the demons was uncountable. From the gods to the mortals, even their nemesis, the demons, they had all suffered. But in the end, there was nothing they could do. Casimir believed that as long as he could get the help of a powerful demon, he would definitely be able to get out of this predicament and take back the jewelry from hell. As the saying goes, hard work pays off. After waiting patiently for half a day, a beautiful woman wearing black armor, holding a flaming longsword, and with a pair of huge black wings on her back, slowly walked over from afar. Without a doubt, this was the most beautiful and deadly creature in hell. It was said that the lustful demons were born after angels fell from grace. Unlike their nemesis, the succubi, who liked to cast spells from a distance, these seemingly delicate creatures had superb combat skills. Whether it was long-range weapons such as bows and arrows or close-range weapons such as swords, they were all proficient in using them. Without any hesitation, Casimir locked onto the lustful demon and activated the power of the magic scroll. He pulled her from hell to the material world. In just a few seconds, the whole room released a blinding red light. The evil aura, unique to the devil, quickly spread. Soon after, the lustful demon squeezed through the dimensional channel and appeared before him. The material world. This is really a small surprise. The beautiful, lustful demon sniffed the air lightly, the corners of her lips curling into a beautiful arc. She intentionally pretended not to see the summoner beside her, trying her best to display her alluring figure and charm abilities in an attempt to confuse the summoner. Then, she would look for an opportunity to break free of the magic shackles and do what she wanted. Surprise? No, miss, you will soon know that this isn't just a surprise. It's also very exciting, so exciting that you might lose your life at any time. Casimir clearly understood the devil's nature very well. He directly revealed the symbol branded on his chest and reminded the lustful demon with a cold smile. In reality, the devils weren't as united as the rumors said. Their internal conflicts were frequent, especially between lords. There were all sorts of scheming against each other. However, these conflicts were usually hidden under the calm surface, more like a competition between politicians. Their subordinates also expanded this hidden competition to every corner of the universe. Casimir's first priority was to understand which lord the lustful demon belonged to. The lustful demon noticed the devil's symbol on his body, and her eyes immediately lit up. She then sighed meaningfully. Wow, what did I just see? The symbol of Count Namuku? Mortal, it seems like your identity isn't simple. It doesn't matter whether I'm simple or not. What's important is that I've already expressed my sincerity. What about you? Casimir continued probing. All right, since you're a representative, then there's no need for me to continue hiding my identity. As she spoke, the lustful demon pulled down her breastplate slightly, revealing the flame symbol in the middle of her cleavage. How is it? Did you see it clearly? Casimir quickly searched his brain for information and quickly recalled memories related to this symbol. So you're the master of lies, Duke Marcus' subordinate. The lustful demon smiled and nodded. That's right. Can we talk openly now? After all, there's no enmity or conflict between the two of you. We can work together. Of course. That's what I intend to do. Casimir then extended his hand and gestured for the lustful demon to continue and began to describe the predicament he was currently in. At the same time, the rat King Bernie, who was living in the underground cave, suddenly discovered that a piece of parchment filled with names had appeared on his bed. The contents were the information he had been dreaming of for decades. He didn't hesitate and immediately memorized the contents in his mind. He burned the parchment to ashes without saying a word. A cold smile appeared on his aged face, and he no longer looked as anxious as he did a few hours ago. Instead, he was brimming with confidence. Chapter 602. As all the important members of the shadow web hiding on this archipelago were completely exposed, the initiative slipped from Andre's hands without a sound. The rat men, who were originally in a difficult situation, now had an additional choice. The situation began to develop in a complicated and confusing direction. Everything was just as the undying king, Absalom Blackburn, had said. The difficulty of the game, it had leveled up. Perhaps none of the members of the shadow web in Valen City would have thought that they would be betrayed by the higher-ups one day. Who knew what choice old Bernie would make in the end? Would he use this list to make a deal with the underground guilds? Or would he keep it as a hostage, forcing the shadow web to join hands with him and seize control of the islands? Perhaps this kind of complicated and tense certainty was the environment that the old Lich wanted to create. After all, this kind of environment tested a person's overall ability the most. For most ordinary people, just distinguishing between enemies and allies was a huge headache, not to mention seizing the fruits of victory in such a complicated situation. However, Andre was still unaware of the changes in the situation, and he had another problem to deal with at the moment. Who is she? The two had just returned to the old warehouse, and before they could even sit down to catch their breath, Portia immediately glared at Mia with her two eyes filled with hostility. As a halfling with sensitive senses, she could sense the dangerous aura of her own kind from the other party. As the saying goes, the same sex repels, but opposite sexes attract. Forget about getting along peacefully. She was already giving Mia face by not directly attacking her. Mia was obviously not someone to be trifled with either, and immediately replied with a cold smile, "Who are you, little one? How dare you use such a tone to question my master?" "Who am I? I'm his most loyal companion and friend. Where did you come from? Why are you calling him master?" Portia obviously hated it when people talked about her height. Her face instantly darkened, and her tone became increasingly unfriendly. "What, are you jealous? Our relationship is much closer than you think. After all, you're just a pitiful little midget. Although your chest is a bit impressive, you don't have the attractiveness that a woman should have." As she spoke, Mia purposely moved closer to Andre, revealing her straight and slender legs, putting on a look that would infuriate someone to death. It had to be said that she was indeed very good at grasping other people's weaknesses. With just one sentence, she had successfully provoked Portia's anger. "Damn it, you little bitch, do you dare to repeat what you just said?" The big-breasted lowly was clearly angry from embarrassment. One of her hands was already on the dagger at her waist. However, Mia did not mind at all and continued to mock with a smile. "Haha, why wouldn't I dare? Do you think you are? Very good. Why don't you try repeating it? I guarantee that if I hear another insulting word, your lovely face will be as red as the rye bread on the street. Then what are we waiting for? Come, I want to see what kind of ability you have to call yourself my master's friend and companion." Seeing that the two of them were about to start fighting as soon as they met, Andre immediately rubbed his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Enough! Can't you see that there are outsiders here? Aren't you ashamed?" "Ha ha ha ha! Don't worry, you can pretend that I don't exist. It's not strange for young people to have some romantic affairs. What's more, you have such a superb level of craftsmanship at such a young age. It's inevitable that you will attract the attention of the opposite sex." The middle-aged man, who had been sitting in the corner, smiled and waved his hand. At the same time, he flattered without batting an eyelid. From the way he dressed, it was obvious that he was quite rich. He was definitely not one of the poor neighbors who lived nearby. The two ladies noticed that there was something wrong with Andre's eyes. They temporarily stopped their further quarrel and stared at each other with fierce eyes, as if they were competing to see who could last longer without blinking. Women were always sensitive and neurotic. They might be fine 1 second and turn hostile the next. Therefore, Andre was not surprised by the tit-for-tat between Mia and Portia. After confirming that they would not really fight, he immediately looked at Mabel, who was forging naked, hoping to get an explanation. The young man hurriedly wiped the sweat on his forehead and introduced with a smile, "This gentleman is the merchant Tim that I mentioned to you before. I met him by chance when I accompanied Fiona to sell vegetables in the morning. After chatting for a while, he was very interested in your craftsmanship, so I brought him here to have a look." "I see. You are the merchant Tim. Nice to meet you." Although Mabel did not give too many hints due to the occasion, Andre relied on his photographic memory to instantly remember some of the contents of the conversation after he woke up. He knew that this was a rather powerful smuggler and immediately greeted him politely. No, no, no. The person who should feel honored is me. There are not many blacksmiths in the South who have the ability to forge magical weapons. To be able to meet one in the remote Sardinia Islands is simply a gift from the goddess of wealth to me. Tim's reaction was completely the model of a merchant. He was overly enthusiastic to those who were valuable. In just a few seconds, he came over and held Andre's hand tightly. Those who knew that it was the first time they met, but those who did not know would think that the two of them were friends who had not seen each other for many years. Are you sure this is a gift from the goddess of wealth and not a sign of the arrival of the goddess of misfortune? Andre felt that the middle-aged fatty in front of him was a little interesting and casually joked. Hee, I'm very sure it's the former. Since this morning, the sound of gold coins flowing has been ringing in my ears. Maybe we can find a quiet place to talk about the mission and the reward alone. For some reason, Tim seemed to be a little impatient, and his attitude was a little too enthusiastic. It was completely unlike the style of a treacherous smuggler. One had to know that in order to obtain higher profits, merchants would often be picky about the things they liked, repeatedly suppressing the price, and sometimes even deliberately showing indifference. This was the first time Andre had seen such a proactive merchant. However, he was very curious to know what the other party was up to, so he gladly nodded his head. Of course, let's go to the backyard. It's quite secluded there, and no one should disturb us. In fact, as an old warehouse that had been simply cleaned and renovated, there was no so-called room at all. There was only a hall as soon as they entered, and then there was the basement and the backyard. The unknown woman was still imprisoned in the basement, and they definitely could not bring an outsider in. So the backyard naturally became the only place where they could talk. Chapter 603. Tim, the smuggler, made a gesture to his guards, telling them to stay put. Then he bowed to Lucien with one hand on his chest and said, "As you wish, sir. I've been waiting for an opportunity like this for a long time. I didn't expect that I would get one in my lifetime." An opportunity? Andre narrowed his eyes and glanced at him thoughtfully. He was not in a hurry to pursue the matter. Instead, he led the way to the backyard. He could feel that Tim was up to something, but it didn't matter. Now that he was here, he had plenty of opportunities. Tim followed him without saying anything. Soon, the two disappeared from everyone's sight. "Brother, do you think they can reach an agreement?" Fiona lowered her voice and asked her brother. Mabel shook her head with a bitter smile. "I don't know. Maybe they can, maybe they can't. Anyway, I've done what I should do. Let the smart ones take care of the rest." After saying that, he ignored everyone and continued to pick up the hammer. He focused on hammering the blanks and continued to train his muscles and willpower. For a warrior who was determined to become a hero, there was nothing more important than the basics. At the same time, Andre and Tim had also come to the backyard and started to test each other. Andre was the first to break the silence. He turned his head and looked into Tim's eyes. "Now that there's only the two of us here, can you explain the meaning of the opportunity?" Tim smiled and took out a very new parchment from his pocket. He handed it to Lucien with both hands. "I can understand your confusion, but I'm sure you'll understand why I'm so happy after reading this." Andre frowned subconsciously. He took over the parchment and opened it. Instantly, he understood why Tim was looking at him so strangely. On the parchment, Lucien's face was drawn in black ink, and the following words were written in the common language. "The Parliament of Nobles and the Association of Sorcerers in Linton City jointly offer a reward. Anyone who can provide the exact trace or information of this person will be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins. Anyone who can bring this person back to Linton City will be rewarded with 50,000 gold coins, the title of a knight in Linton City, and the opportunity to study Arcana in the Sorcerer Tower." Note, this opportunity is not limited to the person. You can also give it to your descendants and friends. I see. After reading the content, Andre instantly understood that this must be the news brought back by the Arcane after it escaped. Master Boris and the four dukes immediately took action, intending to find his whereabouts as soon as possible by issuing a bounty. After all, for an association with a powerful mage tower, divining a person's life or death was a piece of cake. Since they were certain that the person was still alive, they would definitely try to save the person. This was especially true for guild leader Boris. No matter what, he wouldn't let the method to extend one's lifespan slip away. How long has this bounty been issued? Is it spreading rapidly? After thinking it through, Andre immediately asked the question he was most concerned about. With the release of this bounty, it was only a matter of time before his identity was completely exposed, so he had to figure out how much time he had left to carry out the plan. About 10 days or so. When I left Lincoln City on a fast ship, the news had already spread in the surrounding villages and towns, but it would take about 15 days to a month to reach the Sardinia Islands. Now that there are wars everywhere on the sea, many small merchants like me don't dare to leave the port, so the speed of the spread is slower than usual. Tim gave the answer after thinking for a few minutes. There's only half a month left. Hearing this answer, Andre's brows furrowed even tighter. Tim obviously noticed this and hurriedly took 2 steps forward and asked cautiously, "Why? Is there something you can't say?" "It doesn't matter. You can say it. My ship and my men are docked in the harbor and are at your service at any time. For the sake of the bounty, the title, and the opportunity to learn magic, he was basically going all out. Anyway, his small cargo ship wasn't worth much. As long as he could complete this mission, he could immediately change from a shady smuggler into the upper class. How many rich but shady smugglers yearned for such a day? Although Tim wasn't a resident of Lincoln City and didn't know Andre's true identity, he could feel from the bounty that this young man in front of him was not simple. Especially with the alliance between the Association of Mages and the Parliament of Nobles, ordinary nobles would never be able to enjoy such treatment. Looking at the other party's eagerness, Andre couldn't help but smile and shake his head. "I'm sorry, Mr. Merchant. I'm afraid you can't help me." "How do you know if you don't try?" "Don't look at my small business. I have a wide range of connections. I can find ways to get a lot of goods that others can't get." Tim didn't give up and tried every means to show his ability so that he could establish a relationship with Link. Please believe me if you don't want to suddenly die on the streets. It's best not to get involved. You have to know that money, power, and social status are important, but if you accidentally lose your life, then it's not worth it, don't you think?" Andre asked with a faint smile. He could understand Tim's thoughts, but he didn't want him to get involved at all. The situation in Valen City was becoming more and more complicated, and even he himself had to be extremely cautious. A mere smuggler would probably be crushed and swallowed by the major factions before he could even do anything, and might even cause his identity to be exposed prematurely. As long as he considered the pros and cons, he would know what to do. Tim wasn't an idiot, and could tell at a glance that Andre didn't trust him. He sighed helplessly. All right, since you insist, then I won't force you. But you have to leave this city eventually, and you need a fast ship on standby, right?" "Ha ha ha ha. Your persistence is truly admirable. Unfortunately, I don't need a ship. In fact, as long as I'm willing, I can leave the Sardinia Islands at any time and head to any city in the southern seas. What I need now is a messenger, one who can keep a secret and deliver a letter to a designated target as quickly as possible. Are you up to the task?" After understanding the situation, Andre didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his request. He'd always wanted to find someone who had nothing to do with the Shadow Web and could be trusted to make a trip to Lincoln City. The smuggler in front of him was obviously a good choice, and the only thing he had to worry about was how fast his so-called fast ship could travel. Chapter 604. Messenger. Tim stared at Andre in astonishment. He didn't understand what he meant. Did he want him to bring back news of his safety? That wouldn't do. He was here for the highest reward, so he had to bring Link back, no matter what. Tens of thousands of gold coins didn't matter, but he couldn't let go of the opportunity to learn magic and the title of nobility. That was a precious opportunity that could benefit his future generations. That's right, a messenger. I want to find someone to bring back a few letters. One of them is for the president of the Association of Sorcerers, the great mage Boris, one for Countess Anastasia, and one for her niece, Miss Chloe. Don't worry. I promise you that as long as you can bring the letters back, you'll get the full reward, and you'll also get an unexpected surprise. Perhaps because he saw the uncertain expression on the smuggler's face, Andre patiently explained. He didn't want to make a fool of himself because of a misunderstanding. Tim's eyes were soon filled with unconcealable surprise, and he began to scrutinize Link from head to toe. After a full minute, he asked, "You actually know the president of Linton City's Association of Sorcerers, Master Boris?" As a nobody who slowly climbed up from the bottom of society, he knew too well what the Linton City's Association of Sorcerers meant. He also knew how much influence the name Boris had in the Green Sea Alliance. Anyone who could talk to this great mage was definitely not a simple person. Andre didn't answer the question directly. Instead, he pretended to smile mysteriously and asked in a threatening tone, "Are you sure you want to know the answer?" "No, forget it. I don't want to know at all." Tim was obviously taken aback, and he hurriedly shook his head with his face full of fat. He suddenly remembered that he was just a nobody. If this young man in front of him was carrying out a secret mission for the Association of Sorcerers, it was better not to know. Who knew if he would be killed when he returned? Although Andre really wanted to laugh out loud, fortunately, he had good self-control and quickly pretended to be satisfied. "Very smart choice. I'm starting to admire you. Tell me, how many days does it take for your ship to return to Linton City from here?" 5 days if the wind is with us. No more than 8 days if the wind is against us. It's hard to say if there's no wind. Tim thought for a while before giving a relatively reliable answer. After all, in this era where sailing was completely dependent on sailing, apart from the structure of the hull and the number of sails, the rest was entirely up to fate. No one knew whether they would encounter a storm, pirates, or terrifying giant monsters in the next second. Every year, more than 40 ships would mysteriously go missing at sea. No one knew if they would be able to return alive the next time they set sail. 5 to 8 days. The round trip will only take about half a month. There should be enough time. Andre murmured to himself in a low voice. He then took out a quill, ink, and parchment and started writing. As a mage, he always carried these 3 things with him, even if he temporarily lost the ability to cast spells. After all, habits were very strange things. Once they were formed, it was very difficult to change them. Andre's writing speed was very fast, so fast that Tim was amazed. It was the first time he saw someone who could actually write a whole page of parchment in just 1 minute. It was as if he didn't need to think at all, nor did he need to consider grammar and sentence formation. Of course, he didn't know that in the other world, Andre could even write 50 more complicated square characters in a minute. Now that he had turned it into simple letters, his speed naturally increased by more than 3 times. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The whole backyard could hear the sound of the quill rubbing against the parchment. In less than 5 minutes, 3 letters with completely different contents were completed. Affected by a slight OCD, Andre checked the wrong words or letters. After confirming that there were no problems, he quickly folded the letters and put them into 3 pre-prepared envelopes. Finally, he sealed the envelopes with a bit of special mucus wrapped in blazing fire glue. The advantage of this method was that once the letters fell into the hands of an outsider, the letters would be instantly ignited and then completely burned into ashes. After doing all this, he immediately handed the 3 letters to the smuggler and warned him solemnly in an inviolable tone, "Remember, the letters must be personally handed to the owner. You are not allowed to open them without permission. Otherwise, I guarantee that you and your family will suffer the most terrible revenge." "Understood. Please rest assured. I'll definitely deliver the letters to the person designated by you in person, but with my identity, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for me to get close to the big shots like Master Boris and Countess Anastasia." After receiving the letters, Tim's face showed that he was in a dilemma. Apart from other things, the illusion set up outside the Mage Tower was enough to make anyone who didn't know Arcana helpless. As for the residential area of the nobles, ordinary citizens were also not allowed to enter. He really couldn't figure out how he could complete the task. "It's okay. I've already thought of this. Here, take this badge, and you can enter the Mage Tower. And this seal ring, you can enter the noble's residential area. With them, your identity will no longer be an obstacle." Saying this, Andre took out his mage badge and noble seal and gave them to the smuggler. Tim didn't recognize the magic badge that represented the senior members of the Association of Sorcerers, but he recognized the seal ring that represented the noble's identity. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Are you sure you want to give this to me?" He was a bit tongue-tied, and he stammered. In the South, many city-states could tell whether a person was a noble or not by using a well-made seal ring. This meant that if Tim were to run away with this ring, he would definitely be able to swindle people a little further away from Linton City. He could not understand at all why the other party dared to give him such an important thing. "I'm very sure. Take it all." Andre waved his hand carelessly. To him, the so-called seal ring that represented the noble's identity was worthless. If he lost it, he could just make another one. The magic badge, on the other hand, was a tool for tracking. If this smuggler gave up on any evil thoughts, he would be able to use this badge that he had worn for a long time to find his whereabouts after he regained his spellcasting ability. As a transmigrator who had countless secrets, Andre would never completely trust a person. He always liked to have more than one backup plan for everything, just in case he couldn't come up with a countermeasure in the event of an accident. However, he still didn't know that his secrets were no longer secrets in the eyes of some people. Even his every move was being watched by them. Chapter 605. I didn't expect him to ask for help. This was a bit beyond my expectations. But come to think of it, it's not a bad idea to ask for help in the current situation. With the power of the Linton City Wizards Association and the shadow web, looks like I don't need to clean up the mess as long as there are no accidents along the way. Although he gives off a cautious feeling, I can't help but praise him. Using every resource at hand reasonably, not underestimating the opponent, and not overestimating himself. This is the wisdom that a wizard should have. On the top floor of the Frenzy, the most luxurious entertainment venue in Valen City, the half-elven wizard Orlando was enjoying the tempting dance of the beauties while observing Andre's every move through the reflection on a silver plate. He laughed heartily as he gave his evaluation. Ever since he'd completed the setup, he'd been using this place as a temporary foothold and paying attention to the development of the situation. He'd never interfered, silently fulfilling his responsibility as a supervisor. Of course, the more he understood Andre, the more interested he became. He was eager to find out why the Lich valued this young man so much and what secrets were hidden in that tattered storybook, the treasures of the ancient Sibir Empire. the prophecy left behind by the winter tyrant Claudian Bardine before he disappeared? Or was it the legendary artifact from the ancient magic empire that he had? Orlando felt that the first one was the least likely, because to high-ranked wizards, especially legendary ones, wealth was already at their fingertips. Even someone like him who'd just stepped into the legendary realm had tens of millions of gold coins, silver coins, mountains of gems, and rare creatures that he'd collected from various planes when he was young. Therefore, his mentor's wealth must be even more impressive, and there was no need to go to war over such a small amount of treasure. The second one was very interesting. As a wizard who'd lived for more than 1,000 years, he'd once wandered in the north for a period of time, and knew that the Child of Winter was actually Claudian Bardine's mount, an adult white dragon. However, if the dragon was still alive, it should have reached the age of ancient times, and its power should be close to that of a legendary wizard. Could it be that his mentor wanted to subdue this dragon, or was he trying to use it to create a powerful magical item? As for the third one, all right, Orlando didn't really believe that Claudian Bardine had obtained a divine weapon, because one of the most important criteria for a divine weapon was its power. Once a divine weapon was used, it would immediately trigger a terrifying scene that would change the color of the world. However, the Winter Tyrant had never used such a method, whether in history or in the wild. Just as he thought about all the possibilities, he suddenly noticed a wave of energy waves in the corner of the room, as if something hiding in another plane connected to the material world to spy on him. Interesting, ever since I became a great mage, how many years has it been since someone dared to use such a method against me? The half-elf muttered to himself while stroking his smooth chin. In fact, he didn't feel angry at all. Instead, he felt that it was very interesting. However, he wasn't in a hurry to drag the other party out. Instead, he fished out a bunch of gold coins from an exquisite magic pouch and sprinkled them on the dancing women. All right, beautiful ladies, let's stop here for today. I'm a little tired, and I want some peace and quiet. You can go and rest too. Perhaps it was due to the use of magic, but all the gold coins seemed to have eyes as they accurately fell into the few pieces of cloth that the dancers were wearing. No more, no less, 10 gold coins for each of them. As a tip, it was already quite generous. Thank you for your generosity. Please ring the bell if you need anything. The woman in charge of leading the dance bowed slightly with a butterfly-shaped mask on her face. She looked at the half-elf with eyes full of lust. As long as the other party showed the slightest intention of needing special services, she would be willing to offer her all. One had to know that a handsome, elegant, and generous guest like Orlando could be called a prince on a white horse in the chaotic Valen City. There wasn't a woman who wouldn't be moved after seeing him. But it was a pity that this Prince Charming didn't seem to be in the mood to flirt with women. He merely waved his hand politely, as if he didn't notice the dancing women's gazes that were about to pounce on him and swallow him whole. Seeing how unromantic the other party was, the ladies could only sigh inwardly and leave the room reluctantly. They clearly didn't know that this seemingly young and handsome half-elf had lived for countless years and had tasted many beauties from various races. How could he be so easily tempted? Watching the last girl leave and close the door, Orlando couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Human women are indeed much more passionate and unrestrained than elves. If it weren't for someone peeping from the side, I would really want to have a deep conversation with them. Don't you think so, my dear voyeur? Saying that, he suddenly turned around and stared at the rightmost corner of the room. You actually discovered my existence. How is that possible? A woman's voice echoed in the air. Although she hadn't revealed herself, there was no doubt that it confirmed the half-elf's judgment. Ha! Why is it impossible? I've seen too many individuals with magical abilities, and at the same time, I've also seen all kinds of bloodline powers. It's not rare to see a skill like yours that allows you to freely travel to another plane of existence. Many powerful bandits can even do that. Come out, strange voyeur. Let's have an honest talk. Don't try to escape, and don't force me to use violence to catch you." After that, Orlando raised his hand and snapped his fingers. An energy invisible to the naked, I instantly isolated the entire room from the outside world. Any teleportation, space jump, plane travel, and other spells were all ineffective. It could be said that he had imprisoned the other party in the crevice between planes of existence. Other than showing himself, there was no other way out. Shortly after, a wisp of black smoke appeared out of thin air in the right corner. It was as if it had a life of its own as it became denser and denser. Finally, it slowly formed the shape of a woman. After a short minute, the shadow finally condensed into a physical body. She wore a tight black leather armor, a gray cloak, and a unique magical ring on her finger. She was Loretta Botons's right-hand woman, the female scorpion. Chapter 606. After watching the entire process of the other party's appearance, the half-elf mage seemed to have discovered something interesting. He muttered to himself excitedly, "Oh, it's actually a shadow physique. I have to say, this is really a pleasant surprise. I've been to so many places, but I've yet to see a mortal with a shadow physique. Beautiful lady, although it's very presumptuous, I'd still like to invite you to assist in some experiments. Don't worry, I'll try my best to be gentle and not hurt you. After all, I can't be too rough with precious experimental materials. It'd be a pity if I accidentally break them." Having said that, he didn't even give the female scorpion a chance to speak. He raised his hand and shot out a ray of red light, instantly immobilizing her in place. Following that, he took out a large amount of experimental equipment from his magic pouch as quickly as possible. In the blink of an eye, the room that was originally filled with ambiguity and sexual innuendo turned into a well-equipped laboratory, especially the knives, axes, hammers, chisels, saws that were placed on the table for disemboweling. Even a glance at them would make one's scalp go numb, not to mention the large number of tubes of different lengths and thicknesses on the side. There was no need to ask to know that they were used to insert into the body, to draw blood. The female scorpion was currently under the control of the spell and couldn't speak at all. She could only watch helplessly as the terrifying equipment was placed on her body. The fanaticism in the other party's eyes made her tremble involuntarily. She even began to regret recklessly following a dangerous target. In contrast, Orlando's mood was much happier. He quickly removed all the protective equipment and clothes on the female scorpion, fixing her naked body on a table. He then used a hollow spike to draw across the deep ravine in front of her chest, saying with a smile, "Hee, now that the preparations are in place, let's quickly begin our wonderful journey of exploration." As soon as he finished speaking, the sharp spike instantly pierced through her navel and pierced deep into her lower abdomen. The intense pain caused the female scorpion's eyes to suddenly protrude outwards. The expression on her face was extremely ferocious, and every inch of her body was tensed up, rapidly secreting large amounts of sweat. If not for the effects of the immobilization spell, she would definitely have let out a heart-wrenching scream. Panting, violent panting, this was the only way she could vent her pain. Although the half-elf mage still looked as handsome, polite, and even had a charming smile on his face, in the eyes of the female scorpion, the half-elf mage had already been equated with a devil from the bottomless abyss. No one would have thought that in the most luxurious room on the top floor of the Wild of Madness, which was filled with lust, an inhumane experiment was being carried out. No one would have thought of what kind of chain reaction would occur after the disappearance of the Loretta Botons spokesperson. After all, the female scorpion was one of the few people who could influence the decision of the pirate king, Francis. In the castle located at the highest point of Lincoln City, the pirates were busy holding their 133rd meeting of the month, continuing to discuss how to severely damage or annihilate the Lincoln City Navy while preserving their strength to the greatest extent. More than 100 captains were present, and the hall was as chaotic as a pot of porridge. I don't think we need to be in a hurry to send troops. That would allow Bakarov City to survive for another month. They were not at the end of their rope yet. I suggest delaying the departure date. A burly man about 8 meters tall stood in the middle of the hall, raising his arms and loudly expressing his opinion. Many people around him stood up and echoed him. However, if someone agreed, there would definitely be someone who disagreed. Soon, a slightly shorter man walked out from the audience and stood up, laughing as he retorted, "Ha ha ha! Carl, you stupid pig. I really don't understand how an idiot like you can win the approval of so many people. Bakarov City and Lincoln City belong to the same alliance. If one of them loses more than a certain degree, they will immediately abandon their so-called face and choose to negotiate. At that time, not only will we have a good opportunity, but we will also add another city to the list of mortal enemies. Is this the result you want? No. We need to set off immediately. Destroy the Lincoln City Navy with absolute power. Let all the cities in the South see the power of the Sardinia. Only then will they be afraid. Only then will they tremble under the Black Skull flag. Only then will we be able to establish the pirate kingdom of our dreams. Brothers, sisters, please tell me now, are you willing to be a coward who only knows how to sneak attack from behind, or use your own life and blood to realize the dream you have dreamed of for hundreds of years? Damn it! Of course, it's to destroy the Lincoln City Navy. Cowards don't deserve to be pirates. Yes, F***K, those sons of bitches. We are going to establish a pirate kingdom. Set sail. Set sail tomorrow. Let the entire southern city-states submit to our power. For a moment, the crowd was excited. Many of the relatively simple-minded fellows directly felt their blood boil, and the atmosphere suddenly became crazy. It had to be said that these words were quite inciting for the pirates who liked to be straightforward. In an instant, more than half of the people shouted loudly, wishing that they could immediately drive their warships to attack and annihilate the Lincoln City Navy in one fell swoop, leaving their own glorious page in the history of pirates. However, these captains did not notice that among their peers who stood up, there were 3 people with mocking smiles on their faces, lowering their heads and whispering to each other. "How is it? My subordinate is not bad, right?" The bald woman asked rather proudly. She was none other than Grace O'Malley, who was officially known as the Pirate Queen. There was no need to say much about the other 2. They were definitely Seawolf Kent, and Davy, who had just walked out of the shadow of deception. Not only is he not bad, he is simply a born liar. How come I didn't know that you had such a talent under your command? Kent observed the reaction of everyone in the hall and asked in a surprised tone. Grace replied with a playful smile, "You know, I never like to reveal all my cards at once. This time, if it wasn't for the deadline given by the net weaver, I wouldn't have used this chess piece that had been hidden for a long time." So our mission has been completed. Looking at the reactions of these captains, I believe that even the Pirate King can't stop the boiling blood in their bodies. We should be able to give the net weaver a satisfactory answer tonight. Davy said as he carefully glanced at his allies beside him. Ever since he was played by the succubus, his status had plummeted. Now, he didn't even dare to speak to Grace and Kent in an equal tone. He was completely dependent on others to live. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had a lot of resources in his hands, he would have been an abandoned chess piece long ago. Chapter 607. Kent stared at Pirate King Francis, who was sitting on the chair. after a full minute, he shook his head slightly. I don't know. Didn't you see that the old guy hasn't stood up to express his opinion? As long as he doesn't express his opinion, it's useless no matter how fierce these guys are. No, I think it will definitely succeed today. Didn't you notice that the woman standing next to Francis is gone? Maybe he has reached an agreement with the allies behind him. Grace, who had always been observant, finally noticed that this meeting was different from the past. At the same time, he also noticed that the Pirate King's fingers kept tapping on the chair's handle. Usually, he would only do this when he was uneasy. For the Shadow Net, the meaning of the old Pirate Kings, every move had long been analyzed clearly. Even what kind of woman he slept with at night, what position he used, how long he exercised, and how many illegitimate children he had could not escape the prying eyes of the spies all over the Alliance. Kent obviously noticed this as well. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he said in a confident tone, "In that case, let us complete the final blow and let him make up his mind completely. Perhaps the warships docked in the harbor will be able to set off tomorrow morning. When they return, it will be the moment when the Sardinia changes. What are you going to do? Show your strength? Or—" Grace glanced meaningfully at David, who was standing on the right side, and the meaning of his words could not be more obvious. The latter knew that he had no other choice. He took a deep breath and walked to Francis with heavy steps. In front of countless captains, he knelt on one knee and pretended to be loyal. The Pirate King narrowed his eyes and looked at David in front of him. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Dear Captain, do you have anything to say to me?" "That's right. The supreme ruler of the Sardinia Islands. The great Pirate King. It has been a long time since the summons was issued. Everyone has been arguing all day long. They need your guidance. They need your decision. Please don't hesitate anymore. Show the courage of a king. Listen, how many captains are willing to give up their lives for the original ideal? How many brothers and sisters are boiling with blood? Isn't that enough? This is an opportunity given to us by the goddess of luck, a blessing from the god of war, a sign of the goddess of sea's favor. Please don't let it slip from our hands. It's time for you to make a choice." David's powerful voice echoed in the hall. The noisy crowd gradually quieted down and turned their attention to him. Looking at the passionate eyes, Francis knew that he could not delay any longer. Otherwise, when the passion died down, many people would start to feel disappointed. By then, not to mention starting a large-scale naval war, even his own position might become unstable. He slowly stood up from his chair and helped David up. Then, he patted David's shoulder affectionately. "Dear Captain, I can understand your urgency at this moment, and I can also understand the loyalty of everyone here to the Alliance. Thank you very much for everything you are willing to do for the noble ideals. But this battle is too important for us, so important that we can't afford to make any mistakes, so we have to be extra careful. These days, I have been listening to all kinds of opinions and speculating about possible unexpected situations. Now that things have reached this point, it is indeed time to make a choice. Now, I announce that according to the Pirate Code, a vote will be held by a show of hands. All those who agree to set off immediately, please raise your hand." "I agree." David was the first to raise his right hand. He knew that doing so might arouse the suspicion of the Pirate King, but in order to make the plan go smoothly, he couldn't care so much for the time being. Anyway, the day of victory would be the day of the Pirate King's death. "I agree too." The second to raise his hand was Kent. He felt that there was no need to continue hiding, so he stood up openly. "I agree too." Grace O'Malley was the third to raise her hand. After all, 2 allies had already stepped forward, so one more would not make a difference. "I agree. I agree." With the three famous captains expressing their opinions, the rest of the people quickly raised their hands. In the blink of an eye, more than 2/3 of the people chose to agree. Among them, there were chess pieces controlled by the shadow net, and there were also idiots who were bewitched. In short, this vote was definitely passed. Well, it seems that you have all made your choice. Then I announce, the proposal is passed. All captains will go back and prepare immediately. We will set off early tomorrow morning. Lincoln City has dominated the southern seas for too long. It's time to end them and use a glorious victory to create a future that belongs to us. With that, Francis raised his right hand and made a fist. All the pirate captains present did the same in response. However, none of them noticed that the moment the pirate king raised his fist, he whispered an order to his loyal subordinates. Immediately send someone to find the female scorpion. Without her, we have no way of contacting Backrop City. Remember, you only have 14 hours. If you don't find her before dawn, we will be in danger. Understood. Please be at ease. As long as she hasn't left Valen City, I will be able to bring her to you in 5 hours at most. The man in the light gray cloak bowed slightly and turned to leave the hall through the side door. Seeing his trusted subordinate disappear, Francis let out a sigh of relief and continued to raise his arms at the pirate captains. For the upcoming victory, I think we should have a good time tonight. Come, I have already prepared the best wine and delicacies. Of course, there's also your favorite hot song and dance. Sing to your heart's content. Dance. Perhaps many of us will die in this battle, but their sacrifice will be exchanged for a better tomorrow. We are pirates, free pirates, pirates who enjoy themselves in the nick of time. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of women who only used translucent gauze to cover the important parts of their bodies broke through the door. Some of them sang and danced, while others brought food and alcohol, immediately raising the atmosphere to its peak. Long live the pirates! Long live the pirates! The future belongs to us. Under the stimulation of sex and alcohol, the pirate captains quickly became deranged. There were even some shameless fellows who directly grabbed a woman and started doing it in front of everyone. The scene was a complete mess. Looks like we can deliver a piece of good news to the web weaver tonight. Kent laughed as he talked to himself and drained his wine cup in one gulp. Chapter 608. The sun rose and set, an eternal law of nature. As the sun once again disappeared from the horizon, night finally descended upon Valen City. However, it was a little different from the past. Tonight, the pirates seemed to be particularly excited. Each of them wished they could spend their last copper coin because they had been informed by their captain that they would go to the battlefield early the next morning and start a bloody battle with their mortal enemy, the Linton City Navy. No one knew if they could survive, so as the pirate slang said, be kind to yourself and have fun while you can. Of course, this kind of behavior was beneficial to the city's economy in some sense. At the very least, it livened up the market that had sunk into a slump after the departure of the smugglers. In particular, the taverns, inns, and special service establishments were all open throughout the night, showing a sickly vitality from afar. Very interesting, isn't it? In fact, it's these pirates' unrestrained spending that supports Valen City's economy and attracts countless smugglers to sell their goods. Once their numbers greatly decrease, or they start saving money, this prosperity will quickly cease to exist. Andre sat on the roof of the old warehouse, a faint smile on his face as he spoke to the halfling thief sitting next to him. After sending Tim off, he found that the chaotic magic energy in his body had started to return to equilibrium and was now almost completely restored. Although he hadn't completely recovered the power of a 9th rank mage, he still had the power of a 7th rank mage. Although he still hadn't figured out what was going on, it undoubtedly added another layer of insurance for tonight's operation. After all, when facing a high-ranked warrior, being able to use magic and not being able to use magic were two completely different concepts. Portia stroked her thick brown hair and looked at those two large eyes, asking curiously, "What's going on? You seem to be in an exceptionally good mood this afternoon. You're actually in the mood to talk to me about this now? Ha ha ha. I really can't hide anything from you. That's right, I'm in a very good mood right now. To be exact, it's very good because I've just recovered something important." Saying that, Andre lightly touched the tattoo on the back of his hand, and a large amount of information quickly appeared on his retina. Name: Andre Blancheflower-Ace, Fire Elemental Descendant Alignment, absolutely neutral attributes, Strength, 7+5 Agility, 17 Vitality, 10+5 Intelligence, 22 Perception, 12 Charm, 9+3 Profession, Level 9 Mage / Level 1 Rogue Swordsman experience required to upgrade, 109000/209000 Special Class. Acer Desser's Chosen One. Note: this class cannot be leveled up with experience points. It can only be obtained through offering sacrifices to please the powerful Fire Elemental Prince and gain his approval. HP 6969. Healthy experience points 19740. Undistributed number of memorizable Arcana techniques. Level 0. For level 1, 6 to 1, because the magic energy in your body has not fully recovered. You are temporarily unable to remember too many arcane spells. Level 2, 6 to 2, same as above. Level 3, 4 to 1, same as above. Level 4, 3 to 1, same as above. Level 5, 2 to 2, same as above. Note: your sorcerer class still has 3 hours and 14 minutes to fully recover. There are still 3 more hours before I can start learning the Tier 5 Arcana technique. Looks like I won't be able to make it in time for tonight's operation. After looking at his current state, Andre sighed, silently in his heart. To be honest, the period of time when he lost his sorcerer's ability was simply a torment for him, especially when he could only look at the scrolls in the box without being able to learn them. It felt like the best wine in the world was placed in front of a drunkard, but he was not allowed to drink it. But now, with the power of magic once again returning to his body, he could continue to explore the mysterious and dangerous arcane spells. When facing enemies, he no longer needed to rely on his half-baked swordsmanship. Wasn't this something to be happy about? Lost and regained? Portia sized up Andre with the eyes of a thief. After about 10 seconds, she curled her lips in disdain. "TSK, who are you trying to fool? The valuables you have on you are still the same as when you came back. The so-called important thing, don't tell me you're referring to that cat girl?" Hearing Portia's jealous tone, Andre immediately laughed and shook his head. "What are you thinking? She's just a subordinate that I've just subdued. I can't even guarantee her loyalty. She can't even be considered as an important thing." "Oh, then what does she mean to you?" Portia clearly did not intend to let go of the topic so easily. She put on a posture of wanting to get to the bottom of the matter. "She's a subordinate, a servant, and an unstable factor. At the same time, she's also a good catgirl assassin. That's all." Andre gave an answer after some consideration. Although Mia seemed to have slowly begun to accept her new identity, she still retained the wild nature of a werewolf in her bones. Who knew when she would go crazy and bite back? That was why he always maintained a sense of vigilance. In terms of intimacy, he was not even comparable to the neurotic half-demon Eunice. Portia was rather satisfied with this answer. She quickly continued to ask, "What about me? What position do I have in your heart?" It had to be said that a woman's competitive mentality was more than 10 times stronger than a man's. Just because of the small conflict in the afternoon, she and Mia were now like fire and water. No matter what they did, they had to determine who was better. Andre felt a slight headache. He rubbed his temples with a wry smile and replied, "You're my friend. You're my companion on an adventure. You're a trustworthy comrade." To be honest, if he could, he really did not want to get involved in the battle between the two women. But it was a pity that many things would happen even if one did not want to. Instead of avoiding it, it was better to cut the Gordian knot and resolve it once and for all. Wow, looks like my status is much higher than that smelly cat, right? Portia pretended to be cute as she blinked her eyes. Hee, let's end this topic here. I won't fall for your trick. If I answer correctly, you'll immediately run down to Mia to show off. Then you'll quarrel for the rest of the night. Andre caressed the big-breasted Loli's head as he laughed heartily and exposed her verbal trap. Seeing that her scheme did not succeed, Portia slapped away Andre's hand and cursed softly. "Damn it, I hate smart people." Just as the two were joking around, a sea hawk suddenly flew across the sky and threw down a wooden cylinder that was as thick as a finger. It landed right in Andre's palm. He did not hesitate and immediately opened it to take a look. There were words written on it. "Honorable Webweaver, the 8 legs are ready and waiting for your command."